Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, we are going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute, thank you. Un minuto.
È acceso qui.
Just click so I know when the slides come through.
Okay.
Just get the Archbishop to sit down in the right seat. There we are.
But he's not an eminence.
No, he's not.
Okay. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, salam alaikum, buongiorno, good morning. Ahlan wa salam, benvenuti, welcome to this very special symposium co-hosted by WISH, World Innovation Summit for Health, and the Pontifical Academy for Life, taking place within the historic and sacred setting of the Vatican City at the Augustinianum Congress Center. My name is Luisa Baldini, and I will be your MC, your Master of Ceremonies, for the next couple of days. It's fantastic for me personally to be back here at the Vatican. I was a BBC News correspondent for many years, and being half Italian and speaking some Italian, I was often deployed here on breaking news stories, papal stories, of course. So I was here right outside reporting on the death of Pope John Paul II. I was here for the resignation of Pope Benedict, and I also reported on the election of our current Pope, Pope Francis. No TV cameras today, but I'm delighted to be charged with the task of guiding you through what promises to be a thought-provoking exploration of ethical questions around the subjects of palliative care and the mental health of the elderly. We'll be looking at the role that religion plays in providing holistic support to people receiving medical treatment. We'll be considering the role religion plays in supporting caregivers, and we'll be exploring ways to better guide healthcare professionals to know how best to ensure that the religious beliefs of those in their care are respected. And now, my welcome in Italian. Buongiorno.
And now in Italian, good morning to each and every one of you, and welcome to this very special meeting co-hosted by the Pontifical Academy for Life and the World Innovation Summit for Health, WISH in short. As you know, we are at the Augustinianum Congress Center within the historic and sacred setting of the Vatican City. My name is Luisa Baldini, your MC, and I will be your moderator for the next 2 days. I am delighted to be back here in Vatican City. I was a BBC correspondent for many years, and as I can speak some Italian, I was often charged with the task of reporting on the latest news about the pontiffs, about the popes, the death of John Paul II, and also the renunciation of Pope Benedict and the election of Pope Francis. Today, no cameras. However, I'm delighted to be charged with the task of guiding you through the next few days. Days that promise to be a thought-provoking exploration of ethical questions around the subjects of palliative care and the mental health of the elderly. We will be looking at the role that religion plays in providing holistic support to people receiving medical treatment. We will consider the role religion plays in supporting caregivers, and we'll explore ways to better guide healthcare professionals to know how best to ensure that religious beliefs of those in their care are respected. And now I will switch back to English.
Before this symposium properly gets underway, just a few things to point out to you. Throughout the sessions, simultaneous translations are available in English, Italian and Arabic. There will be plenty of opportunity for interaction between those who are going to be joining me on the stage and you here seated in the auditorium. I urge you all to be active participants. For my part, I will try to involve as many of you in the discussions as possible. However, if some of you don't feel at times comfortable to be identified, you'll be pleased to know you can submit questions using the program slido.com, and all you have to do is enter the code 3083. So that's on slido.com, and you can submit your questions, which I'll be able to put to the panels. We'll be also using Slido to run audience polls, and we hope that you'll all participate in those. Now, you'll need to connect to the Wi-Fi in order to use Slido, so please do take a couple of minutes to do that now if you haven't done so already. Hopefully, you'll have all been given the Wi-Fi passcode when you arrived this morning. But just to repeat what it is capital NCL, number 8, small s, number 7, small w, capital H. So once you've logged on to the Wi-Fi, please join slido.com and enter the code 3083. So let me run you through today's agenda. We will mostly be focusing on palliative care. This morning, we will set the scene with a look at Islamic, Christian, and Jewish approaches to palliative care. After a coffee break, we'll hear the medical perspective before all the morning speakers join me back on stage for questions from delegates. After lunch, we'll consider an interfaith approach to promoting the role of faith in approaches to palliative care, followed by a panel discussion on the difficult topic of paediatric palliative care. We'll then end the day's sessions with an opportunity for coffee and networking in the area above this auditorium. Now that you know who I am and what to expect from our day together, I'd like to invite our hosts to come to the stage to formally open this event. So please welcome Archbishop Vincenzo Paglia, the President of the Pontifical Academy for Life, and Sultana Afdal, the Chief Executive Officer of the World Innovation Summit for Health.
Gentili signori,
Ladies, gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to this auditorium, and most especially, welcome to the city of Rome and to the Vatican City for this meeting that takes place after a meeting that we held in Doha in early January to reflect on the themes relative to euthanasia, assisted suicide, and to the promotion of palliative care in the two great traditions, the Islamic tradition and the Christian tradition. And after that initial step that took place in Qatar, we have reached Europe, Rome, the West. I am specifically very delighted to have next to me Madame Sultana. Yes, let's give her a round of applause. Because I believe that when you engage in humanistic but also scientific reflections, you have to have a strong friendship, because that allows us to better understand our traditions but also our future together. So welcome, Madam, and welcome to all of you. The two themes selected for this Congress are, as you've heard, palliative care and mental health in old age. These are two important areas, not only for healthcare, but also for the future of our societies. In fact, terminally ill patients and the elderly, especially when affected by mental illness, are pushed to the margins of the society. And it is believed that they have nothing more to offer. They're not productive, they're not necessary. They are a burden for our societies, which make efficiency an absolute myth. This is a cruel society. And Pope Francis often uses an effective expression, the culture of waste, the culture of neglect. The Pontifical Academy for Life is committed to promoting a culture of care, a culture of accompaniment, a culture of palliative care. Not only within the community of believers, but everywhere in the world. We have already held, as Pontifical Academy for Life, we have already held several conferences on this subject, both in Italy and in Europe, but also in other places. For instance, in the United States, we signed a joint declaration with the Methodist Church in Houston. And then in Brazil, Lebanon, Qatar, as I just recalled. And I also wish to highlight the position paper on the end of life and palliative care signed here at the Vatican on October 28th with the representatives of the three Abrahamic religions. And also in Buenos Aires last November, we promoted this position paper further, and we intend to continue to promote this position paper everywhere in the world. The Pontifical Academy for Life prepared a white book, a white paper translated in several languages to summarize our commitment on palliative care. This white paper is addressed to all those involved in healthcare. The aim is to increase not only the knowledge, but above all, the practice of palliative care. We share a common desire to promote what I would call a palliative culture. As you know, palio is a Latin word. Pallium means coat. The coat that Martin, a Christian saint, ripped in two to give half of this coat to a poor man who was dying for cold. So he tried to surround him with a coat of love. This is the deepest sense of palliative care, to surround with a coat of love our brothers and our sisters who experience a difficult time in their lives. So from this perspective, we wish to respond to the temptation of taking shortcuts, the most obvious of which are euthanasia and assisted suicide, because it is indispensable, it is fundamental to develop a culture of care that allows us to offer love until the time of death. The movement of palliative care, in fact, while expressing in a wise way the accompaniment of those who suffer, also becomes a message of how we can conceive human existence. It involves a very precise way of living together, which puts the human person and his or her well-being at the center, because this does not concern the individual but the entire community, because we are convinced that dignity relies upon the fundamental relationships that we all experience. Palliative care is a human right, and this awareness is gradually spreading everywhere. But the true human right is to continue to be recognized and accepted as a member of society, of this society, as part of the one and only human family. And we must rediscover this and highlight once again this concept. In fact, nowadays, it is we know that we live in a common home, the creation. However, we are not so aware of the unity of our common family, of our human family, which means that every man and every woman must live, and they have the right to live in this human family. So palliative care, they provide support, not only from the medical standpoint, but also from a human and cultural standpoint. And this also helps us rediscover the sense of medicine itself, because we know that the goal of healing, well, of course, healing is fundamental in today's medicine, risks being the only goal. So that when you can no longer heal, it is impossible to heal. Medicine believes that it failed, that it has not achieved its goal. However, medicine can always heal, can always treat, even when it cannot heal. This is one of the pillars that we must highlight during this symposium. The illusion of immortality, which is the background to healing as an absolute, is very dangerous. The radical human finite nature leads to decidedly exclude, for instance, the persistent use of treatments which inflict unnecessary or even harmful suffering on the patient. Reducing or suspending or withdrawing treatments when they are no longer proportionate to the actual needs does not mean abandoning the patient. When nothing can be done to heal, it is not true that there is nothing more to do. Because presence is important, accompanying is important, relieving from suffering important, holding the patient's hand to talk with love is important. We must always accompany, relieve from suffering, help to live this type of weakness, this time of suffering with love. This means to act and to promote, to respect and to promote dignity. And now the elderly, well, I'm an old person, I'm one of them, this is my social category, so probably I'm speaking with a bit of selfishness. So we, the elderly, we are particularly exposed to the risks that I have just described. And this symposium that we're beginning today examines two issues that are related to these risks. And this is also important for the future of healthcare policies in many countries in the world, not only in the West. We are in fact witnessing, on the one hand, to the growing, to the aging of the population, and we live 10, 20, even 30 years longer than our forefathers. But on the other side, we have this spread of a culture of euthanasia. We, the elderly, we are too many. We are too expensive and we become a burden. So they often ask us to go away, and I really don't like it. That is why it is fundamental to rediscover the culture of accompaniment till the time of death. That is why a correct practice of palliative care and pain therapy can also help governments spend less and invent more, invent new processes to develop a new medical care. Experts will tell us about this. There is also a further aspect which I would like to highlight, and that concerns pediatric palliative care. When suffering affects minors, children, teenagers, well, we must all be more and more focused on this dimension, because it is a dimension which really requires our commitment, our utmost commitment, and a deep reflection on the part of all of us. And then the issue concerning mental health of the elderly. Now, living longer also presents an increase of serious diseases such as that affect the cognitive decline, such as Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's has a very high incidence, and the rest is divided between Pick's disease, which leaves the ability to read and write intact for a long time, and it is characterized by psychomotor restlessness, then dementias of vascular, infectious, or traumatic origin. I'm not going to give you an estimate of the number of patients, but Alzheimer's is very feared. And we could say that it summarizes the fears associated to the loss of oneself and one's independence. You can bear to lose your motor independence, but not losing your mind, because losing one's mind is something that concerns and worries all of us. That is why it is so important to reflect on the cognitive decline among young people. That is why it is so urgent to reflect on the cognitive decline among the elderly. So in these fields, palliative care, pediatric palliative care, and also cognitive decline, these three fields are fields in which the religions can find a common perspective, because they all want to accompany these people, the patients, so that we can be close to them in all the dimensions of the patients. It is a reading of human existence and reality that values religion experience. And this allows us to experience and affirm that goes beyond any calculation. The recognition of the openness to transcendence of the person allows us to affirm that in human life, even when it is fragile and apparently defeated by illness, there is still an intangible preciousness. So weakness is often seen weakness is a sort of guilt, because patients are made to feel guilty for their weakness. And we must totally change this perspective. We must promote the positive aspects of love, aspects of solidarity, especially in this time of weakness. Because disease is not only about suffering, it is not only about sadness. So the Pontifical Academy for Life is committed to these themes, reinventing a new fraternity, a global fraternity, I would say, because globalization of the market is a discrimination, and also it is cruel. So to reinventing a new fraternity is an anthropological and social challenge for our time. And Pope Francis gave a specific mandate to our Pontifical Academy on the occasion of its 25th anniversary. In fact, he sent us a letter that is entitled Humana Communitas, the human community. And Pope Francis signed together with El Tayyib in Abu Dhabi a text that was based on these issues, human fraternity. I think that our symposium should also consider this aspect, because we must consider these issues and we must support our brothers and sisters who live these moments of suffering. Also, creation, we must promote the creation, and we must care for the creation and for its inhabitants, men and women. We must care for our brothers and sisters, and palliative care is a tool, a very effective tool, not only in medical terms, but also in terms of promoting global humanism. Thank you for your attention.
Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the World Innovation Summit for Health, WISH, I want to thank you for coming today to discuss the topics raised during the symposium. I particularly want to thank Archbishop Paglia and the wonderful team at the Pontifical Academy for Life for co-hosting this event, and the BMJ for joining us to offer the important medical ethics perspective. Whether you've traveled from within Rome or halfway around the world, I want to extend a warm welcome to all of you. This symposium itself may only be 2 days long, but whether you're a healthcare policymaker, representative of a faith group, or carrying out the vital role of providing medical care to patients, we sincerely hope the discussions held within, and indeed around this auditorium, will prove fruitful for all of you. In 1989, the WHO summarized palliative care as an approach that improves the quality of life for patients and their families when facing life-threatening illness. However, its implementation remains patchy and its use highly contentious, particularly when considered in the wider context of religious ethics. Globally, there is an increased acknowledgement of the need for palliative care for patients with terminal illness. Yet, despite this awareness, there remains a huge need for such services to be made universally available. As things stand, many Muslim-majority countries lack codified palliative care laws, hospital guidelines, or national policies. This puts healthcare professionals in a vulnerable position, where they may be subject to malpractice and liability charges. And from a policy perspective, the guidance is often very unclear. A reflection, perhaps, of the gravity of these situations and of the religious considerations that impact such scenarios. In simple terms, the controversy surrounding palliative care is rooted in the accepted view that it is the duty of carers to help people to live, rather than help people to die, and, furthermore, that no human has the right to end another's life. But what happens when death is inevitable, and the continuance of life equates to little more than the prolonging of suffering? In 2018, WISH published a report on Islamic ethics and palliative care that tackled some of these issues, a report that was discussed at length at our biennial Global Summit last November in Doha, an event that attracts more than 2,000 healthcare leaders from around the world. The WISH report recommended that the establishment of policies relating to end-of-life care should be prioritized. In order for this to happen, raising public awareness is a must. Early this year, we signed a declaration on palliative care with the Pontifical Academy for Life, a declaration that in October was used as the basis for the positioning paper that Archbishop Paglia mentioned earlier, around palliative care, that was signed by a large group of Abrahamic faith leaders and presented by Archbishop Paglia to His Holiness the Pope. Since WISH was launched in 2012, our mission has been to build a healthier world through global collaboration. It is therefore a natural progression for us to be here in Vatican City to actively promote dialogue between people of faith and medical experts around issues that have such a profound effect on individuals their families, their communities, and healthcare workers. WISH sees itself as providing a solid platform that enables the meeting up of global experts and stakeholders to discuss key healthcare issues. Qatar Foundation, our Doha-based non-profit parent organization, has almost 25 years of experience working in education, science, and community development, both at home in Qatar and around the world. While here in Vatican City, we want to initiate conversations that have the genuine potential to benefit humanity as a whole, regardless of individual beliefs. Interfaith and medical interdisciplinary dialogue about palliative care and the mental health of older members in our community is essential in helping to establish a common ground, to find more effective ways to bridge differences in faith-based ethical approaches. Without wanting to preempt the discussions that we will have, I anticipate we'll end up finding more commonalities than differences. By seeking to provide more uniform approaches to dealing with ethical challenges, we can also be unified in efforts to advance the idea that to treat people holistically and in a way that alleviates suffering requires a willingness to consider a person's spiritual needs, as well as their physical and mental needs. We will be discussing some very emotive matters over the next 2 days, such as suicide among older members of society and end-of-life care for children. I realize these will be difficult and upsetting for us to debate. However, it is both right and important that we do not shy away from these topics, and I believe our discussions can only benefit those who are affected by such issues, as we take back our shared knowledge and understanding to our respective communities around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you for your welcomes. I'd like now to invite Monsignor Renzo, who is the Chancellor of the Pontifical Academy for Life, who would like to deliver a message to you all.
So I read a message sent by the Vatican Secretary of State, Cardinal Pietro Parolin, to the President of the Pontifical Academy for Life, Archbishop Vincenzo Paglia, and to the participants of this symposium. Your Excellency, I offer cordial greetings to you and to the scholars and experts from different religious traditions assembled in Rome in these days for the International Symposium on Religion and Medical Ethics, Palliative Care and Elderly Mental Health, as you explore this complex issue of pressing concern. The theme of this event, co-sponsored by the Pontifical Academy for Life and the World Innovative Summit for Health, seeks to place the elderly, especially those suffering from mental health issues and those in the final stage of life, at the very center of our consideration. The frailty and vulnerability of people in need of palliative and other types of care should never permit a merely utilitarian attitude to take hold. Tragically, they are all too often overlooked, rejected, or even discarded with an attitude of abandonment, which is actually real and hidden euthanasia. Address of His Holiness Pope Francis to the elderly in September 2014. Hence, the urgent need that they should find a solid support for their God-given dignity and worth in the ethical and spiritual vision shared by the various religions. May the ecumenical and interreligious cooperation evident in this symposium continue to be fruitful in defending the care to which the elderly are entitled and in building a culture of encounter and acceptance in which they are esteemed and loved. In expressing these sentiments, I have the honor to convey the Holy Father's prayerful good wishes for the symposium and its important deliberations. Yours sincerely in Christ, Pietro Cardinal Parolin, Secretary of State. Thank you.
Monsignor Renzo, Archbishop Paglia and Sultana, thank you very much again for your welcome. And so we move to the first session of the day, and we're going to be hearing a presentation by Dr. Mohammed Ghali, who is the lead author of the WISH 2018 report on palliative care and Islamic ethics. And he'll be talking on some of the findings of that report. Dr. Ghali.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace to you all. It's a great pleasure to speak to this galaxy of scholars and experts. And my due thanks for the organizers from the side of WISH and from the side of the Pontifical Academy for Life for bringing these people, all these people together. So today I will speak about Islamic ethics and palliative care with main focus on the study, the report we presented in the WISH Summit in 2018. I think the group sitting here in this room is a good example of the diversity we have within humans. We all belong to the same species, we are all humans, we are all part of mankind, but we are diverse, we have different convictions, we have different beliefs, we have different backgrounds, and this affects the way we feel many things, the way we interpret them, especially when it comes to the 2 points related to life, the entry to life, beginning of human life, as we call it in bioethics, and the exit from life, which is the dying process in the moment of death. We see how other specialists and how other experts deal with this diversity. We see the politicians, sometimes we agree with what they do, and many times we do disagree with what they do. But within the healthcare context, and more particularly in the palliative care context, this diversity must be recognized. And one of the main slogans of palliative care is that we don't deal with the patient, we deal with the whole person. And the whole person does not exist only of body, but also a whole worldview, ideas, thoughts, beliefs, convictions, etc. Scientific research and academic research has repeatedly shown the significance of considering this diversity in the palliative care. This is one thing speaking in people from Chinese and Georgian origins in the US, and different cultural beliefs about truth disclosure. This is another piece speaking how culture shapes the values, beliefs, norms, and practices of individuals, including the way persons react to pain. Culture affects the assessment and management of pain. And this is another recent publication also speaking about the strong relationship between, on one hand, one's culture, religion, and the experience, and on the other hand, experiences of death, dying, and bereavement. One of the strong statements says that pain is a subjective, physical, and emotional experience shaped by cultural values values and beliefs. So the way we experience the pain in general, especially when it comes to this important moment about the exit from life in a palliative care context in general, it's not only about the body and the state of the body and the severity of the disease or illness, but also the values, convictions, principles, morality, spirituality, etc. Having this background in mind, we started thinking about Islamic bioethical perspectives on palliative care. Before getting into the details of the report, we need to explain a little bit about how it works. So usually when I, as an individual Muslim, have a question about how to deal with issues, among others, in a palliative care context, if I don't know the answer, then I ask a religious scholar to tell me how to achieve the will of God, muradillah, as we say in Arabic, in this particular context. This religious scholar gives me an expertise advice, which we call fatwa. And this is the individual approach that we used to have for centuries. With the complications coming from the modern biomedical scientific technologies, the question became much more complex than it was before, so the religious scholars needed help from other experts, especially those in biomedical sciences, in order to understand the complexity and multidimensionality of these questions. So the approach now is much more collective than it was before. So the advice is given not only by one individual religious scholar, but by a group, including both religious scholars and biomedical scientists, and sometimes experts in other fields like law and other disciplines as well. By the beginning of the 1980s, this approach was institutionalized. So we started to have institutions that will discuss the bioethical questions through the collective approach, this interdisciplinary approach. There is one in Kuwait, the Islamic Organization for Medical Sciences, and two based in Saudi Arabia, the Islamic Fiqh Academy in Mecca and the International Islamic Fiqh Academy in Jeddah. These are more or less the spokespersons or spokes institutions about this collective approach. There are some others. There is the Islamic Fiqh Academy in India. There is the European Council for Fatwa and Research, trying to speak for Muslim minorities living in Europe, etc. When these institutions discuss bioethical questions, including those related to palliative care, they will also involve biomedical scientists and different religious scholars in their contribution, in their deliberations. When we started working on the study, we kept these institutions, their recommendations, the fatwas they have issued in mind. Because this is an important voice anyhow, not the only important and the only voice, but one of the important voices when we speak about modern Islamic bioethics. This is the report that we did. As you see here, I'm not the only one, because just as a disclaimer, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a physician, including not palliative care physician, so I don't know so much about palliative care. So we also did the collective approach, this interdisciplinarity. So it was me, but there was also Dr. Randy Diamond from Weill Cornell in New York, and Dr. Azza Hassan, she's here from Hamad Hospital in Qatar. She's leading the palliative care unit. And Maha El-Aqoum did also great work from WISH, should be here somewhere. She's in the back. Yes, she's there. So it was also a group and work and interdisciplinary work. Of course, we were working within constraints, especially the word limit, the maximum number of words. There is specific templates that we have to follow so that our report will be the same format like the other reports from WISH, etc. So we had to have a focus. and we had to exclude some questions that we thought may be interesting, but for this particular context, we couldn't discuss everything. We are now in the process of planning for a bigger, wider discussion, but at this time, we thought, what are the most important questions for us? Of course, we had physicians, and these physicians had a strong say in the meetings. So they said our questions should be prioritized. The questions that we have in practice, when we deal with the patients, we face some questions. Based on this approach, so we want to answer the most compelling questions for physicians in palliative care contexts. We thought there are two big sections to be addressed. The first one is the very nature of palliative care, that it is palliative, not necessarily curative medicine. So we palliate the pain and the suffering, not necessarily treating the disease. And sometimes this palliating would sometimes necessitate stopping the curative. So what to do here in this regard? And we address this under the title Life-Sustaining Treatments. I will speak about this. And the other one is about conflicting values. In medical ethics, there are values, and the physician tries to cherish and respect and realize all of them in the healthcare context. But sometimes you cannot. You have to prioritize, you have to give higher priority to some than others, etc. So what to do when we have all important values, but they are conflicting with each other in a specific context, like, for instance, compassion for the patient or telling the truth, etc. So this was also an important section in our discussions. The report is published in English, as you see, and also in Arabic for those who are interested, and both of them are available on internet. You can download them for free. Now the first section about the life-sustaining treatments. Life-sustaining treatments can be life-saving in many contexts. When the person had an accident, brain injury, etc., you need these life-sustaining treatments to save the life of the person. But now we speak about someone who is admitted to a palliative care department, etc. So what we call terminal patients with terminal disease, etc. What to do with the CPR, DNR, and all this stuff, mechanical ventilation, resuscitation, etc. When we reviewed the literature produced by the organizations I spoke about, the interdisciplinary organization, we found that they all agree that these LSTs, these life-sustaining treatments, can be stopped if there is a case of brain death. Brain death in Islam, the majority of these institutions accept them as real death from an Islamic perspective. But there are some voices which do not accept brain death from brain death. But all of them accept that these life-sustaining treatments can be stopped, even if they don't consider brain death as death. Why would this be the case? If it is death, then they say you cannot treat a dead person. And if it is not death, then they consider this a dying process. And the dying process, from their perspective, is also irreversible. So what we will do by continuing this excessive medical treatment is that we prolong the dying process, and the dying process is one of the most painful, including one of the severest types of suffering for the person. So it will not be compassionate to prolong the dying process. So this was agreement among them all that you can stop these type of treatments if it is brain death. If it is a case of medical futility, the overwhelming majority of them, they said you can also stop these treatments. Especially there was a conference in 2015 by the organization in Mecca in Saudi Arabia, the Islamic Fiqh Academy, and they used various arguments. Just to get it short for this context, is that medical treatment in principle in Islam is not obligatory. It is an option that you can take. You have to take it if it's only life-saving. If you didn't do it, then you will die. So they said if we consider it as the same in principle situation, that it is optional, then you can stop. Not to mention that these LSTs in the palliative care context can cause much more harms than benefits. And this argument is not coming from me, it is coming from the physicians who participated in the report. And these were translated in DNR policies in different hospitals in the Muslim world, especially in the Gulf region. Hamad Medical Hospital, they have their DNR policies, and I have seen some of the documents. They refer to these religious discussions in their policies. There is the Northwest Armed Forces Hospital and King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center in Saudi Arabia. Now, the second thing about to be stopped or not is the artificial nutrition and hydration. This is much more controversial and complex, we found while we were preparing our study. The Islamic Fiqh Academy, in its discussions in 2015, they were clear about the case of medical futility and that LSTs can be stopped. But about the artificial nutrition and hydration, the formulation of their position was vague at best, was not clear. There are some Muslim physicians who participated in these meetings, but in their writings outside these meetings, they wrote that this is a kind of euthanasia in disguise, artificial nutrition and hydration, if you stop that. They call it qatl al-sabr in Arabic. Qatl al-sabr is that you kill someone not by shooting him or her or by using a sword or something sharp. It's by keeping the person imprisoned in a place without giving food, without giving water till the person dies. This is what we call qatl al-sabr in Arabic. So it's you kill the person by not giving him the necessities to continue living. So they say this looks like that. You have a patient, you don't give him food, you don't give him water till the person dies. In the WISH report, we sided with other perspectives than these two physicians. This is Dr. Albar and Dr. Hassan Shamsi Basha in their book about Islamic bioethics. We found that there is another perspective to that. First of all, we refer to a tradition attributed to the Prophet of Islam, a prophetic tradition hadith. Do not force your patients to food or drinks, truly God feeds and waters them. And this hadith was used by early religious scholars in the context of tadawi, medical treatment. The idea behind that is that feeding the patient is not all the time necessary and is not all the time beneficial, at least from a religious perspective, at least. The physicians who were with us in this study, they said that by doing benefit-harm assessment, there will be much more harms than benefits for certain patients, in palliative care patients. First of all, we give food in order to alleviate the symptom of thirst, and we give water in order to alleviate the system of hunger. This is the key purpose of feeding and watering people. Is this the case for patients? They said most dying patients are no longer experiencing hunger because of the organ system has shut down. So is not working anymore, and the fluids coming into the body will accumulate in unwanted places because of the dysfunctional GI tract, and you see here that is not my words, GI tract, responsible for taking in food, digesting it to extract and absorb energy and nutrients, etc., and expelling the remaining waste. This process does not work anymore. So feeding the patient at this time would be much more harming them than benefiting them. And we recommended that this issue needs to be studied further. The other part of the study was about the conflicting values, as I said. One of these values was about dying without pain or dying with a clear mind. When the person is suffering pain, specifically existential pain or very harsh pain, you need to give drugs in order to reduce the pain. But this is the benefit. But there is another side of the coin, which is causing harm. And harm here is suppressing the consciousness. And here comes the contextual understanding of pain. I believe for a religious person in general, but at least for a Muslim person, having consciousness is a must. Keeping and maintaining this consciousness is a must, because this is what links you with God. And when you pray, you have to do this with consciousness, with awareness, and that's why we speak about khushu' and concentration and all this stuff. Human intellect is one of the great favors that God has given to the human being. So you cannot suppress it. That's why drinking alcohol and all this stuff is forbidden in Islam. So here we have a pain. One important value is to help the person reduce the pain, but this will suppress the consciousness. Can we sometimes override suppressing the consciousness in order to reduce pain? In general, it's yes. In principle, it's possible. That's why people, when they do a surgery, when they undergo a surgery, etc., we suppress the consciousness, but it's always temporal. It's always temporal. So can we do this on a temporary basis? Yes. But we said there must be good balance between the other obligations, like if the person is in a state to pray, a Muslim has to pray 5 times a day, etc. So when you give these drugs, you have to keep this in mind, etc. The main problem would be in the full and permanent sedation. The physicians who were in the group working, they said this is very exceptional, it hardly happens, etc. But we said in case that this happens, this will be the most problematic one. The other problem is that it can shorten patient's life, and shorten here between brackets, religiously speaking, is a bit problematic, like hastening the patient. But anyhow, it can affect the bodily or physical functions so that the person will die a bit earlier than normal or whatever. Can we do that? This is what in the Catholic bioethics we call a double effect. Here there is a big disagreement. The European Council for Fatwa and Research, in their discussions in 2003, they consider this indirect euthanasia. As long as we know that this will shorten the person's life or hastens the person's death, then we shouldn't do that. The Islamic Organization for Medical Sciences in 2004, they said it is permissible as long as the intention is the first, not the second. So the intention is reducing the pain. Second is that shortening the person's life is not intended, is not the purpose, and it is not 100% certain. It can happen, but will not surely happen. So this is their statement: the intensified administration of a strong medication to stop severe pain, although it is known that this medication might ultimately end the patient's life, is not forbidden. The last thing in conflicting values is communicating bad news. When the physician knows that this person, there is a terminal disease, it's a matter of time before this person dies. Out of truthfulness, which is a value, I have to say this is the reality. It's a matter of weeks, it's a matter of months that you will die. But from the perspective of compassion, this can be quite offending for the patient and might affect the quality of life of the patient in the remaining days or weeks or months. Should we tell? We shouldn't tell? What should we do? When we investigated this in the history of Islam, we found the case of the second caliph, the second ruler after the death of Islam, Umar ibn al-Khattab, that he was stabbed. There was an assassination attempt, and then the physician examined him, and he found that it is terminal, and it's a couple of days before he dies. The physician told him the truth, that this is the case, you are about to die. So if you want to do a will, you have to do this now to arrange the political issues and your follower, etc. We have investigated this case historically in different historical perspectives. We didn't find anyone objecting to what happened, what this physician did. How come you say this to the caliph, the people around him? This caliph is a companion of the Prophet. The people around him are all companions or successors of the companions, so people with important religious authority. If there is something wrong, they would have said that this is something wrong, etc. We have checked the classical works on the etiquettes of the physicians studies, adab al-tabib works, as we call them, contemporary works on medical ethics. They all agree that, in principle, you can say this to the patient. But the main issue is that you say it, as they say, with gentle words, بِلُطْفٍ مِنَ الْقَوْلِ. And gentle words, what makes certain words gentle and what makes certain words offending, it all depends on the context. It all depends on the context. What this person said, the physician said to the caliph, he said, make your will, awsi. Was not interpreted as offending, maybe today will be offending. I remember myself, I'm a villager from a village in Egypt. I remember when our elderly people, when they go to the physician and they are about to die, we have a habit in my village. We always ask the physician, what should the patient eat, what should the patient not eat? And if he says that the patient can eat anything, then you know it's time. It's time. And we never found this offending, and everybody was accepting that. So these are gentle words, but in a specific cultural context. Maybe in Italy it wouldn't mean anything, but yeah, it's gentle words is always contextual. The concluding remarks. First of all, I want to say that no universal bioethics without serious engagement with moral religious traditions. We have a whole debate about public morality, particular morality, private morality, etc., secular bioethics, religious bioethics, etc. When it comes to end-of-life care, specifically palliative care, with all the things that I mentioned, feeling pain, what is possible, what's not possible, what is offending, what's acceptable, one's religious convictions, spirituality, principles play a key role in that. Some things can be seen as a good value of disclosing truth, and for another person it can be quite offending. When you tell me you have 6 weeks before you die, I can say to you, I'm not God to decide, and I will find this offending. Another person will find this something very nice of you, that you tell me the truth and that I can arrange myself for my life. So there is nothing universal without involving religious, because there are voices arguing that if we put religion in the discourse, it's not universal anymore because we are not all religious. I would say if we exclude religion, it's also not universal because religion plays a role, at least for some people on this planet, in deciding what's good and what's bad, what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. When it comes to the Islamic tradition, as I saw, there is diversity. So we wanted to say in this study, for the physicians working in palliative care, when you see patients with Muslim background, don't essentialize what this would mean in the palliative care context. So when you see a Muslim, it doesn't mean that this will mean A, B, C. This one-size-fits-all approach will not work. The Islamic tradition itself, from a religious perspective, has diversity and disagreements. Some issues are with agreements, like stopping life-sustaining treatments in a case of brain death, etc. There is more or less agreement about this. Active termination of life, euthanasia, categorically forbidden. Compassion, how important it is in palliative care. These are all agreements, but there are also disagreements. And it's possible that your patient would follow this opinion, but not the other opinion. I gave examples of artificial nutrition and hydration, communicating bad news to the patient or to the family. And if the family told you, don't tell my father, because this will not be good for my father, if you tell him that he or she, or my mother, that he or she is about to die. These things which are different in the tradition, which means that people with Muslim background may have different views about that. The last thing I want to say. We couldn't cover everything, as I said in this report. We only covered the questions that the physicians thought that they are high priority, and we have to do this at the moment. They cannot wait. There are many other things we didn't discuss about, for instance, the role of spirituality in the process of bereavement, etc., the family, how they can be helped through religious morality, etc. but we hope that this will happen in the future. And also, this is not the only thing about palliative care and Islamic ethics. There are other works on that. Among others, we have, I have a student of mine who wrote her MA thesis in our newly established program. We have new program in the Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, Applied Islamic Ethics. One of our students, she did her thesis on Islamic ethics and palliative care. She's with us here. She must be here somewhere, Noor. So you can approach her. She's one of our experts in that. She wrote her whole thesis about Islamic ethics and palliative care. So maybe she can answer some questions that I cannot. Thank you very much for listening and looking forward to more discussions with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghali, for summing up that report, and fascinating to hear the Islamic perspective. Now, you will all get an opportunity to put your questions to Dr. Ghali and the rest of the speakers that we're going to be hearing from this morning. Please do take a seat. I'd now like to invite Professor Carlos Centeno, a specialist in palliative care at the University of Navarra Clinic's Department of Palliative Medicine, to provide a Christian perspective.
Good morning, everyone. Probably you experience sometimes, you feel sometimes this deep sensation, the feeling of to be very well connected with the spirituality or with God, with the highest. Sometimes happen when you are walking in the forest, or when you are doing meditation, or attending a service in a church. Deep connection with God, with the spirituality. That happened to me very strongly in a hospice, in a palliative care service in Tbilisi, in Georgia, in the middle of Europe and Asia, in that place. I was attending a meeting of the World Medical Association in representation of the Academy of Life. After the meeting, Mother Teresa, the director of the hospice, but also the mother of one monastery of nuns from the Orthodox Church of that country, invited me to visit the hospice. We were visiting the hospice with other two doctors, very, very small hospice. I have a picture, very, very small hospice. And after the visit, that was quick visit, after the visit, she invited us to take dinner. The dinner was wonderful. We talked as any other palliative care service, as in any other palliative care service. We talk about how we can improve the care of the people at the end of life, how we can promote the hospice, how we can find money for the hospice, and so on. But at the end of the dinner, Mother Teresa take her cup and give a talk. That talk was dedicated to the Holy Virgin Mary, giving thanks because the visit of the 3 palliative care doctors. At that moment, one of the doctors that was there started crying. All take silence and pray in silence. Deep connection with God, deep connection with the spirituality. But palliative care service is only an issue, a fact, of the presence of Christians in palliative care. In a quick overview of palliative care from a Christian perspective, we can find fact as that, services, but if we look in deep, we can find also values and some foundation behind. We are going to talk today about facts, values, and foundation from a Christian perspective of palliative care. If we talk about fact, the fact is Christians are present in palliative care. That's the fact. We can see that presence in many palliative care services, but also about the presence of the church in palliative care, and mainly, I will take later, mainly through professionals that are working in the field. I have the honor, the opportunity to visit many palliative care services with Christian inspiration all around the globe. I experienced similar sensation in the hospice Buen Samaritano in Buenos Aires, Argentina, attending a visit there. But also in the heart of London, St. Christopher Hospice was after St. Joseph Hospice. In St. Joseph Hospice, that is in the middle, at the top of these three pictures, St. Joseph Hospice was the place where Cicely Sanders, the pioneer of palliative care, designed the new hospice, St. Christopher. Also, I have the opportunity twice to visit El Salvador, where people from the Divine Providence, that is a hospice that is there from a long time ago, that people is starting a new one, a new hospice that is called La Cima. Here you can see the hospice of Tbilisi in Georgia, with Mother Teresa at the front, very close to the monastery, and also my small team in the University of Navarra. So, Christian present through hospice, through palliative care service, in palliative care. But that present is also from the church. We listened beautiful words just a few minutes ago from the Pope, from Pope Francis. But Francisco told us also to the Academy of Life beautiful works, recommending palliative care to the physician, but even more, recommending palliative care for the students. We can remember with emotion that words years ago to the Academy of Life, telling, I encourage professional students to specialize in this type of assistance, which is not less value for the fact that it's not life-saving. Also, in the Catholic Church Catechism, we have a reference, a quotation, recommending palliative care as a way of selfless charity. So, the institutional presence of the Catholic Church in palliative care. In the Academy of Life, that is one institution of the Vatican, the second level of the institutions, was created that project that we call PalLife Project. It's an advisor group with the mission to inform, to offer guidance and advice in promoting palliative care globally. And this is according with the mission of the Academy of Life, to promote care for human life in any people, with people with any condition. That group of people is constituted by professional experts in advocacy from all around the globe, that are people from the Catholic faith, but from other faiths, Muslims, Orthodox, any faith, people that work together to promote palliative care from the Vatican. One of the outcomes of this group, advisor group of the Academy of Life, was the white paper. The white paper for global palliative care advocacy was published in the main palliative care journal in the United States and has the recommendation of this expert advisor group to promote palliative care in any country, at national level, globally in the world. This white paper was very well received in the professional world, but looking for more dissemination of the works of the Academy, we produce also this white book, the white book for global palliative care advocacy, that today is translated to the English, to the Italian, to the German, and in preparation, until I know, because things change quickly in the Academy, it's in preparation of the Arabic, Portuguese, and Spanish. I have one sample of this book, if some of you want to take a look, but I think that is available also in the web page of the Academy. So, white book from the Academy of Life. Recommendation that is inside the book. It was organized here in a meeting. I don't refer more to the works of the Academy because Monsignor Paglia already gave an overview of the presentation that we have of the book all around the world. But I have to say that the main presence of Christians in palliative care is not through service with Catholic inspiration or Christian inspiration, neither through the Academy of Life of the Vatican City, of the Pope Francisco. The main representation, the main influence of Christians in palliative care is in the field, beside the patient, as doctors, as nurses, as psychologists, with Catholic inspiration inside. And this is like this from the beginning, since the beginning. When was the beginning? The beginning was with Cicely Sanders. Cicely Sanders found inspiration in the gospel. In this beautiful book, I recommend strongly this beautiful smoke booklet. In this beautiful book, Watch With Me, you can read in the subtitle, Inspiration for a Life in Hospice Care. You recognize very well the words of Jesus. Watch with me, stay with me. And this is the inspiration for Cicely Sanders' life in palliative care. To be there, as the apostles were there, with Jesus in Gethsemane, in the Garden of Gethsemane. Palliative care has the inspiration in the life of Cicely Sanders in the gospel words. And in very similar way, from this beginning, the inspiration is inside the people. Because palliative care is not Catholic foundation or Christian foundation. In words of Cicely Sanders, St. Christopher, that is the first hospice, is ecumenical. We will welcome people of all sorts and kinds and be of all sorts and kinds of selves. We see the necessity of a Christian foundation, but also we can recognize that we are part of the world church, part of the world community of saints, and indeed to the world community of all men. So, the first palliative care service is ecumenical. And in that way, it's happened today. Christian professionals, thousands of them, some of them here in this room today, but many others working, attending patients today in many Catholic services and non-Catholic service. Regular people, people of all sorts and kinds in the words of Cicely Sanders, in the middle of the world, working in collaboration with many others like you, with many others with different faiths or non-faith at all, improving care at the end of life, doing better the world from inside the world. And this is the main influence, the main presence of Christian in palliative care. But looking in deep from a Christian perspective, we can find not only facts but values too. And behind values, one foundation, one explanation of these values. We are going to talk now about values and also the foundation of that values. I choose 3 values. Probably many of you will choose another, but I choose these values as, in my view, after 20 years attending patients, in my view, it's main values in palliative care: dignity, compassion, and humility. We are in favor of the death with dignity. We are in favor of that. But I can ask, dignity is to choose the moment of the death? For Christian, not. For Christian is to accept the natural moment of the death. For Christian, the dignity is in the person, is intrinsic, cannot be taken. But also it's true that there are indignity ways to die. There are indignity in to die alone, to die in pain, to die without relief of any symptom, to die with difficult for breath, to die without to know that you are dying. Don't care or don't care well provokes perception of indignity in the dying person. Without proper care, someone could perceive himself as miserable, as nothing. Indignity in the ways of die. With care, the person can feel that it's worthy to be care, is worthy. And many times they want to live because they are be caring. In palliative care, we care always. We care people always. This sentence of C.S. Sander, this quotation of C.S. Sander is the best summary of that. You are important because you are you. And we will care you always. We will care you until the last moment of your life. We are against of that there is nothing to do. We are, the dignity are in the details, the pudor, the privacy, the presence. The presence is there. We are trying to improve that perception of indignity, that perception of don't be worthy, through therapies. For instance, very simple way to improve dignity is the dignity question or the dignity therapy. I don't have space to explain that, but perhaps we can talk more about these new therapies to improve the sensation of dignity in the patient at the end of life. But dignity has a foundation for Christians. The foundation is Jesus Christ. Jesus teaches us, in the Samaritan parable, teaches us dignity. A man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and he fell among robbers, who stripped him and beat him and departed, leaving him half dead. You know the parable very well. Jesus teaches us dignity because the man was worthy, and worthy of being well taken of. Even being dangerous, or being ill or half dead, or being of different religion of the people that is through the way, or being a migrant of a foreigner. Jesus teaches us that even being poor or from distinct social origin is worthy to be cared. And care by ourselves. This is in the parabola. It's teaching not only with oil, it's teaching with the body of the person that take that person with him, put in the horse, and go with him through a room to care later. Dignity is a truly Christian value. We Christians recognize dignity in any other human being and always. After dignity, compassion. The slide is in Spanish. So, compassion has many names because in some language, compassion is not well understood. So, I can use different names for compassion. We can talk about care with dignity, for instance, and it's the same than compassion. We can talk about healing, the process of healing, that is deep compassion, is the effect of the compassion. We can talk about spiritual care, or we can talk about deep care of the person, or care, personal-centered care, person-centered care, or care with humanity, different names for compassion. Compassion is in the heart of the medicine. We are moved by the other suffering. And moved by that, the answer will be both personal and professional. Personal, feeling the suffering, and acting as any other human being, as an equal of the person that is suffering. Feeling as a person and acting as a professional that knows what has to do to relieve that person. Compassion is the heart of the medicine. We feel and act. Feel as person and act as professionals. And in fact, palliative care gives us a beautiful model of teach compassion. Beautiful model. We are doing some of this experience in several universities, as mine university, using compassion from teachers from palliative care to teach compassion to the students, to any students, not in the course of palliative care, but all the students as main part of the training as future doctors. We teach that students to use the eyes, to see in deep the person. We teach how to speak with the patient. Sometimes without a speak, sometimes taming the tongue. We teach the students from palliative care to listen intuitively, to teach them how to touch, because the physical contact sometimes is the way to care spirituality to a person. And we teach to the students the presence of the physician, of the nurse, as a professional that is at the side to care the whole person with his or her whole person. Palliative care is a beautiful model to teach compassion. And the foundation of the compassion for Christian is also in Jesus, because Jesus is the super compassionate. All people came to Jesus with the problems. Lord, if you will, you can make me clean. Lord, let me recover my sight. Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on me. And people with convulsion, people with fever, people with hemorrhage, all are going to Jesus looking relief. And Jesus relieved them, moving by the compassion, moving by the suffering of the people, care all that people. And seeing the compassion in Jesus, we are in front of the mystery of the suffering. Because suffering is a mystery. Why Jesus, that relief to all people that came to him, why for himself he chose the cross, how he chose to experience the deeper suffering possible for one human being. That's the mystery of the faith. And a Christian can find solution looking at the cross. I remember one day in a room of a patient, the room was with a cross, and the patient, a very young patient, the patient was looking at the cross. And in a moment, I start to talk. And I realized that the cross was broken. And I tell to the nurse, you have to change that cross. And that young person told me, please, don't change the cross. Looking at this broken arm, I'm thinking, perhaps I am the arm of Jesus now in this bed. The mystery of the human suffering. And finally, the humility. You know, the end of life is not the place for physician or professional or doctor. The main person is not the doctor. The end of life is the hour of the truth, but of the truth of the person that is dying. The doctor of the professional and the medicine must to disappear if possible, or at least has to take a second plane. Less medicine is better at the end of life. Let's go out to the scene. The essential questions are different. What is important for you to know? What is important for you? Where you prefer to stay, to be? How you want to be cared? Do you prefer more aware or less aware, or more drowsy? Person-centered care, no doctor-centered care. Humility is a Christian value. It's very clear in the gospel. Learn from me, say Jesus, learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly heart, and you will find rest for your souls. So, through Jesus, we can learn humility as professionals. Humility to be there without you, the person. To coordinate our care with other doctors in the benefit of the patient. To facilitate the expression and the exercise of the spirituality, very important in these last moments. And also, humility to give in the space for the family, the time and the space for the family and for the pardon of between them. Humility is a true Christian value. As conclusion, and always from this personal Christian perspective from this doctor, as conclusion, Jesus, through his life and his words, teaches us to preserve and to practice intangible values, caring. Christians believe that the Word of God is living and effective. Why not to meditate more the Gospel, meeting there the divine doctor and master? If we take more time meeting that divine doctors, we will read his words. I was sick and you visited me. Truly I say to you, you did it to me. And then finally, we will have the secret. And the secret is we can meet Jesus in every patient we care. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Professor Centeno. Thank you very much for that Christian perspective. I'm now delighted to say we are joined by the Chief Rabbi of Rome, Dr. Riccardo Di Segni, a man uniquely placed to give his Jewish perspective on palliative care, not only because of his extensive scholarly knowledge of Judaism, but also because he is a medical doctor. Dr. Di Segni.
Buongiorno.
Good morning. I will speak Italian. I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me to this symposium. And I can see from the schedule that the coffee break is scheduled in just 10 minutes. So we'll be merciful and palliative. Now, to address this topic, I think that I should give you some informative but also methodological information on the Jewish thought concerning issues concerning end-of-life suffering, because without this short introduction, it would be otherwise complex to reach conclusions that would be impossible to understand, or that would be even trivial. Now, the principle that has always guided the Jewish thought is that life and health are aspects that we do not own. They were given to us, they were offered to us, they were made available to us, and we are called to protect them, to cherish them as something precious. So it is not allowed for us to destroy life, and also it is an imperative for us to preserve life. We have the obligation not to kill, and we also have the obligation to do something about when we see other people suffering. These two norms can at times challenge or counter one another. With regards to terminally ill patients, well, in the Jewish Bible, we do not have specific indications about this. However, we have a very interesting narrative that was narrated into two parts, as if it were a TV series. And in between these two parts, these two episodes, there is a sort of commercial. So there is the death of King Saul that is told into two parts. The first part is told in the last part of the chapter of Samuel, and in the first book of Samuel, and the second part is told in the second book of Samuel. So the story goes that this king, during a battle, was surrounded by his enemies, so he understands that the end is near, and he fears that the Philistines will kill him and destroy his body. So he asks his men to kill him. And the squire refuses to kill him. Then the king throws himself on his spear and he kills himself. Now the story seems to end like that, but in reality there is a coup de théâtre, because in the next chapter we learn that there is a fugitive that goes to the camp of King David, will be King David. He had not taken part in this war, and the fugitive tells King David, the future King David, that as he was passing by the battlefield, he had been called by a man who was none other than King Saul, who'd asked him to kill him. So we know that King Saul had tried to kill himself, but he didn't manage to actually kill himself. And this fugitive killed King Saul. He killed the dying man, thinking that that was a merciful gesture, thinking that that were being appreciated by David, who instead sentences this man to death. Now, from this story, Well, we do not have very clear indications from this story, but we can anyway highlight some basic principles. First of all, there is a clear prohibition to kill someone, even if this happens in terrible situations. And the other principle is how we can relate to the dying man, to the suffering man, to those who suffer. Now, every religion has a negative attitude with regards to suicide. And that is also due to the fact that you cannot take someone else's life, but also you cannot take your own life, because your life, you cannot choose when to kill yourself or when to end your own life. Think about the severity with which in the past in the various religions people got rid of the body of those who committed suicide. And now this severity has been somehow mitigated. The norms have changed. In our tradition, in the Jewish tradition, the rule has not changed, but the adoption of the rule has changed. In fact, we always ask ourselves, is it really true that this person committed suicide? The problem is that the person cannot be judged for his or her suffering. So what one person decides to do with him or herself when he or she suffers is not an autonomous decision. It is a forced decision, and as such it cannot be judged upon as a forced decision can be judged. So we have two different aspects here, two contrasting aspects. And we should try and find a way to interpret them. Now, the basic theme is suffering. In our religious tradition, and I think that this also applies in the other religious traditions, suffering has a value, a purifying value, a value of atonement. So why should we fight against suffering? Our elders taught us that we should not desire the suffering or any reward that comes from it. Suffering may lead to some moral advantages because it might increase your merits. So suffering is something that we should counter. And if we do not fight against suffering, it is as if we were passive, as if we didn't feel merciful. So as we have to save other people's lives, we have to do our best to prevent suffering. One of the biggest conundrums of modern society is that we live in a culture in which when we try to struggle or to counter suffering, our culture does not urge us to eliminate suffering, but the sufferer, the person that suffers. So what we might consider as an act of mercy, well, who is that mercy addressed to? Well, of course, the person is suffering, but maybe we try and be merciful vis-à-vis our own selves, because we cannot stand hearing the cry of the people who suffer, and therefore we are faced with the dilemma. And the theme of this conference really opens up the way for a very interesting debate. Now, from a bioethical perspective. I am a medical doctor, and I spoke to some colleagues who wanted to establish some protocols with regards to terminally ill patients, and they told me that when a person is dying, when the person is artificially ventilated, and without that ventilator the person would not survive, when the person receives a drug like dopamine, so that the blood can continue to pump in the body, and if you discontinue that treatment, that person will die. Well, these colleagues told me, what's the point? Well, of course, that is not the general view among medical doctors. However, this colleague told me, what's the point? Let's suspend the treatment. What's the point? The person is going to die. And then I said to this colleague, and you can also use this example if you wish, well, a dark room with a lit candle. The lit candle, will necessarily end at one point. It will. So we have three options. The first option is to let the candle blow out. The second is to go to the candle and blow it out ourselves, because it's going to end sooner or later. And the third is to bring in a second candle and to lit the second candle from the first candle. Now, what I tried to explain to this colleague was that when you switch off the machine, you are blowing out the candle. And this is not morally ethical, because at that moment you are preventing a person to die naturally. However, we're not obliged to bring in another candle, a second candle, because when the treatment of dopamine is over, we're not obliged to give a second dose of dopamine. If everything is finished, if there's nothing else to do, we are not obliged to give a second treatment of dopamine. So what's the difference between a natural death, an artificial treatment, and an excessive treatment? So the choice, in my view, lays in today's world between suspending or interrupting not the suffering but the person that suffers. And I think that we all agree on the fact that we should not let the suffering person die, and healing, treating, using palliative care because, of course, we're not going to treat the disease. However, we will care for the person that is suffering, and we will simply treat the symptoms. The symptoms may be psychological disorders, the feeling exposed or alone and neglected, feeling plunged in this terrible situation, and then true suffering, real pain. So I think that our imperative is to care for all these aspects. This means that we should not remain impassible vis-à-vis the blood of our brothers and sisters when they suffer, because a person that suffers might scream, and many times in the Bible, those who received an injustice, they screamed, they cried, and we do not pay heed to those cries. Those cries will reach heaven, and there will be someone who will listen to those cries. This is our imperative. So we have the need to act, we must do something, and palliative care is fundamental because it offers a cultural, ideological, and also a systemic alternative to a culture of death. All of this requires a huge investment in terms of organization. I am part of the National Bioethics Committee, which is an Italian body that is a consultative body for the Italian government, and other members include people of different cultural, scientific and ideological background. And in the past few months, we tried to issue a document on the theme assisted suicide. There was a heated debate on this theme. The Parliament had to do something about it to the point that the Supreme Court, the Italian Supreme Court, issued a sentence. So when we started discussing this issue at the National Bioethics Committee, it was clear, it was immediately clear that there were differing opinions. I mean, in the end, the document, the report, basically said some of us think a certain thing and others think exactly the opposite. During our discussion, however, what emerged clearly was that many, even though they favored the ethical principle of suicide and even of assisted suicide, well, many opposed to it, to its authorization, because there are no alternative structures, because the patient and his or her family and friends, they do not actually have the possibility to choose. So if I do not have a structure, a facility, a center, or a hospice that is ready to welcome me, the only alternative to end my life is to commit suicide. So today we live in a society in which people do not have the right to choose. And this is very important. That is why the recommendations are very important. If I may say something, I think that we should clearly explain what palliative care really is. Because in my view, this is really not very clear. I think that palliative care should be explained to all, to laymen, but also to our politicians, because I do not really think that they know what we're talking about. And also, to conclude my reflection, I would like to say something about forced sedation and deep sedation. It is part of the palliative care. Many are afraid of sedation because they said that this means to reduce consciousness, to lower consciousness. So, to an extent that the person does not respond to the milieu, to the outside environment. And some said, isn't this a way to cause euthanasia? Well, not necessarily, because the person with a low level of consciousness, I am sure that in this room there are some technicians who are involved, who work in this field. Well, they will, of course, reduce pain, reduce suffering, but of course the patient will continue to live. And if we mitigate suffering, then we might eliminate a stimulus that might accelerate death. So these are two different things. I think that with regards to forced sedation, well, the decisions of the elders of our generation that are inevitably connected to what was decided in the past, even though the problem is chemically and pharmacologically very recent. Well, they said yes about forced sedation. What matters is that people are not killed. So in conclusion, I wish to thank you for your attention, also for the opportunity that was given to me to bring our perspective, our tradition. Thank you.
Grazie, Dottor Di Segni. Thank you for sharing many interesting points. Personally, I found the analogy of the candle incredibly powerful. Well, that concludes the first session of the first day of this symposium. In a moment, we are going to break for refreshments. We are running a little bit late going into this break, but if I could ask you, please, all to be as quick as possible, having your cup of coffee or visiting the restrooms, and we'd like to start promptly at 12 noon when Professor Julian Hughes from the Journal of Medical Ethics will be providing a medical perspective on the topics being discussed over the coming 2 days. And of course, to reiterate, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions to the speakers we've heard from this morning. See you shortly.
acceso? Vuoi spento?
Così acceso.
Hello, Lotus. If everybody could take their seats, please, so that we can continue, that would be fantastic. Please do take your seats. Did you?
Thank you, Louise.
Mahmoud, this is Dr. Ayman Shibana from Pakistan. He is giving presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats.
You're welcome. I'm sitting.
Welcome back, everybody. If you could just please find your seats. Welcome back to the second session of this Religion and Medical Ethics Symposium. For this event, we are delighted to have the support of the BMJ, the British Medical Journal, as content partners. The BMJ have 140 years of experience as publishers of some of the world's most highly regarded medical journals. One of the BMJ's specialist publications is the Journal of Medical Ethics. And ahead of today's meeting, editors from the journal put together a background paper for this event that considers the medical ethics of deciding for others, particularly in the context of old age and mental health at the end of life. I'd now like to invite one of the authors of that paper, Professor Julian Hughes from Bristol University, to outline a medical approach to palliative care. Julian, thank you.
Hello. I'll start again. I want to thank Wish and the Pontifical Academy for putting on this wonderful and important event. I'll try and get through this as swiftly as possible. I think I have two things to do. One is to discuss the paper which has just been mentioned, which you have in your packs. And so the first 3 points on the screen are really just doing that. I'm not going to go through that paper laboriously, I'll just highlight a few points. And then the final thing I have to do is consider, because this is in the title that I've been given, to consider the role of religion in medical ethics. And I think at that point I'll definitely become incoherent, and that's partly because of my inadequacies, but it's also because I think it's a very difficult topic. We would have to define religion for a start, then we'd have to define medical ethics, and then we'd have to put them together. So I think it's a complicated issue. So the first thing I'm going to do, let me just check if this is the first thing I'm going to do. Yes, well, no, it's not quite. So the first thing I'm going to do is just talk a little bit about the first case. So this is the case of Mr. Al-Hamad. And he's a man with Alzheimer's disease, and the case was designed to be a fairly sort of typical case of Alzheimer's disease. So he starts with fairly simple forgetfulness, but eventually this progresses. It starts to involve other cognitive mental functions. So, for instance, he's not able to do things, so he loses his praxis and so on. I think the key thing, maybe from the point of view of this meeting, is to remember that in advanced Alzheimer's disease, as in other types of dementia, of course, the disease affects the whole of the body. So we might start by thinking that dementias are in the head, that it's just the brain and you become a bit forgetful. But eventually, the brain, of course, is connected to the rest of the body, and changes occur in the rest of the body. So in the most advanced stages, and bearing in mind that, given that this is a palliative care, we're thinking about palliative care, bearing in mind that, of course, you can die from other things while you have dementia. So you may have dementia, but you may die from your heart failure or your cancer and so forth. But if you survive into the severer stages of dementia, then eventually you will be totally dependent, your gut won't work so well, you'll be incontinent and so forth, you'll not be able to move your limbs, you'll be bedbound, and so on. So poor Mr. Al-Hamad goes through those sorts of stages. So now, I'm not going to say any more about the story of Mr. Al-Hamad in detail now, but you can always read that later if you haven't already. But there's a general point to make, I think, which is how difficult this is for the family to witness. So the family see this man who's been very successful, he's been ebullient, he's been a patient father, he's been a kind husband to his wife, and so on. And he turns into this man who becomes rather irascible. Sometimes, in the end, he's agitated and even aggressive. So this leads to a general reflection, which is how do we understand this change in personality? Now, there are many people who will say that actually he's changed as a person, and there's a whole sort of literature about this, which many of you will know about, and so I won't go into it in detail, but some people argue that in the later stages, Mr. Al-Hamad is no longer the same person as he was before, and this raises issues about things like advance directives. So if you made an advance directive early on, would it be applicable later on when he's no longer the same person? Some medical ethicists have gone so far as to say that he's not a person at all, that you lose your personhood in the context of severe dementia. So the question is, how do we understand these changes in personality? I mean, there are complex issues here because we can talk about the person, we can talk about personal identity, which it might be a slightly different topic, and we can also talk about personality. So we might want to say that it's the same person, different personality, but you'd have to think a bit about what you mean by that. And of course, a religious perspective will give you a particular sort of view on what's going on here. But of course, what's going on here may also be a challenge to your religious perspective. So it's worth bearing those points in mind. I just want to note something. We should note about Mr. Al-Hamad that he does have religious beliefs. We know something of this because we know how he accepted the death of his own parents, but he may have other beliefs which the family might know about. He may have beliefs about the role, and we've heard a bit about this already this morning, about the role of suffering and death in our lives. So those are things to keep in mind. And a second little note to flag up is that he has, when he goes into hospital, he has a do not attempt resuscitation order made, but we need to note that then the issue that comes up later is whether he should have peg feeding, so artificial feeding, and we need to be clear that these two decisions are distinct. So one is about resuscitation in terms of cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and the other is about feeding him. And these are different decisions, albeit we might want to think that because he's got one, he's more likely to want to have the other sort of advanced statement. Now, I want to make three quick empirical points about this. So the first is that hospital doesn't work. Of course, this is a generalization. Hospital will sometimes be good for some people. But in this case, as in so many, Mr. Al-Hamad goes into hospital and it just makes things 10 times worse. He becomes agitated and aggressive and so forth. Hospitals are very upsetting environments for people with dementia. And also the question is, do they do any good? And I've put here on the screen a really good, I mean, it's a slightly old paper now, but it's a good paper of showing what happens to people with dementia when they go into hospital. So Liz Sampson from UCL in London did this study, and I don't have time to go into the details of the study, but essentially she showed that as your dementia gets worse, you're more likely to die if you go into hospital. But the reason I put it up is because I want to read you something from the discussion of that paper, where Liz and her co-author say, "We cannot judge from our data whether these admissions were necessary, but the high short-term mortality risk in people with dementia suggests that this intervention did not prolong life for a meaningful length of time. Individuals may have received better quality care in a familiar environment if more support were available in the community." So that's just a fact I want to sort of flag up. The second thing I want to say is that resuscitation doesn't work. So there are not many studies of this, and I have looked several times since I first looked this up and can't find any better studies. There are some other studies about resuscitation in people with dementia, but this study looks at the chances of survival if you have cardiopulmonary resuscitation in hospital, and the chances aren't good, but the chances of survival in dementia are about the same as they are if you have metastatic cancer. So if your cancer has spread throughout your body, we would normally not be thinking about resuscitating you. So why would we do the same thing if you have advanced dementia? And then the third empirical point is that peg feeding doesn't work. So again, you can see I'm a bit of a fan of Liz Sampson. I think she is one of the best researchers in the UK on palliative care and dementia. And she did a systematic review about tube feeding. So in the case we're talking about peg feeding, so this is where a tube is put straight through the abdominal wall into the stomach. And people think that this will solve problems because they think that the person will put on weight, that it will protect the skin, they won't get pneumonias caused by aspiration and so on, but it turns out that none of those things is true, that actually people still get aspiration pneumonias because you've still got mucky stuff going down and you've still got stuff regurgitating upwards and going into your lungs. And even if you're being fed the right number of calories, you still lose weight and you still have problems with your skin. So these are all things we ought to keep in mind. And all of that leads me to talk about what we've already heard actually about this morning, which is the doctrine which is usually called a Catholic doctrine of ordinary and extraordinary means. So I'm going to put up a slide in a minute or two, which will lay this out. But just to say, so what is this doctrine? It's the doctrine that we're only morally obliged to do the ordinary things. We're not morally obliged to do the extraordinary things, although of course we might choose to, but we're not morally obliged to. So then the question is, well, what makes something ordinary or extraordinary? And the answer that's given is that it's extraordinary if it's unlikely to be effective and if it's burdensome both to the person but also to others. So there we go. Now, the talk is about medical ethics, religion, and the sort of relationship between the two. So, it's generally said that that's a Catholic doctrine. And here we have a well-known Catholic, Pope John Paul II, of course, who's now a saint. And here we have him saying, euthanasia must be distinguished from the decision to forego so-called aggressive medical treatment. In other words, medical procedures which no longer correspond to the real situation of the patient, either because they are by now disproportionate to any expected results or because they impose an excessive burden on the patient and his family. Certainly there is a moral obligation to care for oneself and to allow oneself to be cared for, but this duty must take account of concrete circumstances. So I think that's a good quote from Pope John Paul II. So there we see it in Catholic tradition, but also in the UK, or rather in England and Wales, we find it in our Mental Capacity Act. So if you look in the Code of Practice there, it says all reasonable steps which are in the person's best interest should be taken to prolong their life. There will be a limited number of cases where treatment is futile, overly burdensome to the patient, or where there is no prospect of recovery. In circumstances such as these, it may be that an assessment of best interest leads to the conclusion that it would be in the best interest of the patient to withdraw or withhold life-sustaining treatment, even if this may result in the person's death. So it's interesting that in this, so here we now have a secular thing, a law from England and Wales, using just the same words as the Pope used, more or less. It's futile or burdensome, and then you don't have to do it. The only thing I would disagree with in this statement is the statement, there will be a limited number of cases. I think it's actually quite a few cases where this is the case. And then the third thing I want to say about this is, so we've had the Catholic tradition, we've had the use in secular law, and also I think it's very useful in clinical practice. And certainly over the years, numerous times I've used exactly these words to explain to families or to discuss with families why we may not be admitting their loved one to the hospital, why we may not be ordering cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and why we may not be wanting to artificially feed them. Okay. So now on to the second case, which is the case of Miss Jones. Miss Jones is someone we don't know very much about. We know that she's a Catholic, but we don't know anything much about her beliefs in any more detail. We simply don't know very much about her. But what's clear is that she does have a fairly marked depression. And it's become so bad that the only treatment that looks like it might work, lest she die, is electroconvulsive therapy. We need to go for that sort of treatment because she's no longer eating and drinking. She's just fading away. She turns away. She doesn't talk to anybody. At one stage, she has said, "Well, just let me die," but then she's not speaking at all now. So she does have a severe depression. And then I've put up here these details about this doctrine of ordinary and extraordinary means. And the question I want to ask now is, let me interrupt myself to say, so in the first case, I think the doctrine of ordinary and extraordinary means can be easily applied, and I don't think we should be treating Mr. Al-Hamad over vigorously. I think we should be allowing him to die peacefully. In this case of depression, which of course fits in to some extent with what will be discussed tomorrow, I'm not sure what to do. So when I think back to my time as a clinician, I know that I've seen people like this where we've decided to go ahead and give them ECT and get them better and so forth. But I also know that there have been times when we haven't. We've just accepted, as it were, that the person had had enough and that this was going to be the end of their life. So you can ask those questions, will it be effective? Well, ECT, the evidence is that it's probably the most effective sort of treatment in this sort of situation. But all it does is speeds up the recovery. It doesn't absolutely guarantee the recovery. If it does guarantee the recovery in the short term, will it maintain the recovery, and so on? Well, of course, it is going to be burdensome in some ways, but there are ways of mitigating that. So it's very difficult to know exactly what we should do in this case. There's a question about whether religion has a role here. So we do know something about her religious beliefs, but we don't really know enough to use religion in order to make the case for or against it. Here I want to say that, of course, there can be what I might be tempted to call mistaken religious beliefs, or at least what we might be seeing is just differences in terms of religious beliefs. So you might have somebody coming in and say, well, she should be kept alive. That's what the Catholic Church would want. But the answer is, well, the Catholic Church might prefer us to think harder about the doctrine of ordinary and extraordinary means, and that might tempt us to say, no, she really has had enough, and it's going to be a big struggle to get her back, and we should now just be palliating and keeping her calm. So I think it's very difficult to know. So you might say, well, how do you decide? I mean, so in these cases where you've kind of walked away or given her ECT or whatever, what was it that decided? And I can't honestly tell you, but the closest I can get is to say that maybe sometimes it's the look in the person's eye. So you're trying to talk to them, they're not responding to you, they're turning away, and you make some sort of a judgment by the look in their eye. This reminds me of the great Jewish philosopher, Levinas, who spent a lot of time talking about the face and the importance of the face. And I wonder if it's something like that. Well, I'm going to push on. So what we did in the paper is that we then just highlighted some particular issues. So I'm just going to think about some of those. Actually, I'm not going to think about those ones yet. So one of the issues that we raised is the issue of autonomy. For the sake of time, I'm not going to say very much about that, except to say that we then talked about relational autonomy. So this is recognizing that although people might want to make autonomous decisions, these decisions are made in the context of relationships with interdependency and interconnectivity. So there's that issue. There's second issues that we raise are to do with capacity and best interests. And the only point I want to make about these issues is that they sometimes look as though they may be tick boxes, that you can tick the boxes to say whether the person has capacity or lacks capacity. Then you can go on and tick boxes to show that you've thought about best interests. In fact, in the code of practice that governs England and Wales, there's a best interest checklist. So you're almost encouraged to go and put your checks by it. But what I want to say is that actually, these are difficult notions, that they are evaluative notions. They're not just factual things. There's now something, as well as evidence-based medicine, we also have values-based medicine or values-based practice, which encourages the view that values are, or highlights the point that values are everywhere, and that where there's shared values, things go along smoothly, but where there's values diversity, things don't always go quite so smoothly. And then I just want to look very briefly at these different ways of making decisions. And again, I'm not going to say much about them. Many of you will know all about them. But so we have proxy decision making, where somebody else makes the decision for you. And then there's this substitute decision making, which is what many people use in many countries, where you're meant to sort of put yourself into the shoes of the person and decide what they would have wanted under these circumstances. But there was this I was about to say Pope, but it's actually Hope. There's a good paper by Tony Hope and colleagues talking about this and saying that actually something rather magical has to happen in order to do this. First of all, I've got to put myself into your shoes, but then I have to put myself into your shoes when you're in this terrible position and know what you would think then, and then make a judgment about that. So it's not as straightforward as we might think. Then, of course, becoming more popular is the idea of shared decision-making, but that's problematic, isn't it? What's real shared decision-making? Is it really shared decision-making, or is it the doctor suggesting all sorts of things, so in the end you say, oh yes, that sounds like a good idea? The people who love shared decision-making would say, no, that's not the case, you have to do it properly, and then it will be genuinely shared. And finally, there's this notion which has been pushed by the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which would include people with dementia, of supported decision-making. So this is the idea that you don't take away the decision-making from the person, you just support them to do it. But it's problematic, and it's problematic for a couple of reasons, but I think summed up maybe in this statement, which again was from the Journal of Medical Ethics. Not that I'm biased in any way towards that journal, but it just so happens that many of the references come from that journal today. which means I am biased. So that was a joke in case you thought I was telling a lie. So what this says is that notwithstanding its promise, supported decision-making has its limits. Undeniably, there are situations where, despite the decision support offered, a patient remains unable to make an informed treatment decision. The comatose patient provides a pertinent example, but similar considerations hold for a range of persons with other conditions, such as late-stage dementia or psychosis. So you might think of Miss Jones as having a sort of depressive psychosis. Accordingly, supported decision-making does not make competence assessment and substitute decision-making superfluous. That said, reasonable accommodation requires health professionals to exhaust the available resources of supported decision-making before they take recourse to substitute decision-making. So I'm going to end that section there. I think that, so the first section I ended talking about the face and looking into people's eyes. I think this section is all to do with relationships, our relationships which enable us to make good judgments about what's in somebody's best interests and whether or not they have capacity and so forth. And underpinning those things, we want to say in the paper which has been distributed, is something to do with the notion of the person and the nature of personhood. So now I'm going to move on to talk about what we've called the C view of the person. So the C view stands for the situated embodied agent view. And again, I'm not going to say much about these things in detail. But of course, the importance of embodiment is pretty obvious. And that means in several ways. One thing is that sometimes you can tell what somebody is thinking through their body, of course, by their gestures and so on, but also it's important to know what's happening physically, to know what's happening in terms of their biochemistry, say. I'm not going to say much about agency either, because I think the crucial thing here is the notion of being situated. I think that the agency at the terminal end of a dementia is situated agency. So in other words, other people might be able to hold that agency for you, even though maybe you can't demonstrate your agency yourself, although you might do in certain sorts of ways. There may still be gestures, even in fairly advanced dementia. So just to think a little bit about this notion of agency, of being situated. So we're situated in all sorts of different fields. There's our whole sort of culture to do with our traditions, norms and histories. There's our personal history. There's a social context. There's the whole kind of field of morals, which might include a variety of things, including our values and the sense of virtues. And then also there are spiritual values, and there's formal religion. There's some sort of more nebulous openness to some sense of the other. Now, the reason for formulating this characterization of the person was it was aimed against what I call the Locke-Parfit view. So John Locke and Derek Parfit had views about what it was in terms of personal identity, which emphasized memories or psychological continuity and connectedness. And of course, that was the threat to people with dementia, or to the personhood of people with dementia, because people with dementia lose that psychological continuity and connectedness. And so I wanted to encourage this sort of broader view. So I think what this view does, this situated embodied agent view, is that it shows to some extent how the person can be held by others, but you might want to ask how far we can push that. It shows that personhood can't be circumscribed, it can't be pinned down, because there's always some other way in which I might want to express my personhood. It shows that what's relevant in making decisions is very broad. The person's also seen as part of a context and also as embedded in relationships. So we start to see the person as a bigger whole, and there is a chapter I've written somewhere, which I think might come up at some point on the slides, where I've dared to say that that the person is also situated as an example of something rather than nothing. So actually this notion of being a situated person might be taken to raise what somebody like Herbert McCabe would have called, the Dominican Herbert McCabe would have called the God question, which is why something rather than nothing. So I think in the cases we've been discussing, I think that this broader view, it encourages this bigger perspective, so it encourages the bio-psychosocial and spiritual view. For Mr. Al-Hamad, it stresses the importance of the family, for instance. It also stresses the importance of the body, so we can think about embodied understanding and we can think about tacit knowledge, and those things seem to me to be relevant in the case of Miss Jones. Well, I then want to just come on now, I think. I was going to just highlight this, which is the Nuffield Council on bioethics some years ago produced a report on dementia, and I just wanted to highlight that two of the things they emphasised in that report as part of the kind of core values were the notions of solidarity and personhood. So now I want to come on to this, on to what we can say more specifically about religion and medical ethics, and I'm inevitably going to rush through this, but I'm going to give myself enough time just to mention Wittgenstein, because I love the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, and he once said that he would quite like to use as a motto a line in one of his books, a line from King Lear, which is where Kent in Act 1, Scene 4 says, "I'll teach you differences." And I think that that's mainly what we've got to think about, that there's a variety of ways, that there's a variety of meanings of religion and medical ethics and so on. So there's going to be a variety of roles for religion in terms of medical ethics. So one thing is just to think about the culture of religion. And what we can say is that medical ethics draws from that. So we only have to think about the virtues, things like compassion, honesty, fidelity, integrity, and so on. And we see that these are directly drawn from religion. Nowadays, they're often associated with the Catholic religion, but actually, of course, they come from Aristotle, and they came to the Catholic tradition via Islamic intellectuals and also through Jewish intellectuals as well, and then made their way to Aquinas, who then used them very effectively. So there's that sort of thing. There's a slightly sort of mundane thing of just religious traditions and decision-making and so on, that religious traditions are helpful in terms of decision-making when we're deciding what to do with somebody at the end of life. It may be that a religious advisor will come in and help us to see that the right thing to do under this circumstance is such and such. I also think we heard the word this morning from one of our other speakers, and I'm sorry I've forgotten exactly who it was, but we heard the word inspiration. And I think that religions can inspire people. Now, of course, you can be inspired without religions, but I think there's no doubt that religions sometimes themselves inspire people. They might inspire people to be overzealous in one way or another. So they might inspire people to try to keep people alive at all costs, and we've already heard that the various faith traditions will have arguments against that possibility. They also inspire the public sometimes to be overzealous. So I think of some of the fairly vicious attacks that occurred on staff in the London hospital looking after the little baby called Charlie Gard. Vicious attacks, I mean verbal attacks, staff being rung up in the middle of the night and just accused of being murderers and so forth. Well, there are other things to think about, that religious beliefs and teaching can support certain sorts of approach. So we've heard about ordinary and extraordinary means, for instance, in this paper by one of my colleagues, Kenneth Boyd, who's here. Kenneth cites some of there's a series of papers in the Journal of Medical Ethics, and Kenneth is sort of summing them up, and he quotes some of them saying that moral theologians' modus operandi is not so very different from that of any decent moral philosopher. So I think that there are those sort of connections. Religion, it also supports a certain sort of understanding, and so we've already heard about the notion of solidarity, which again has some sort of religious roots to it. And religions can support a certain sort of perspective. And so I'm putting forward this C view, so it's a broader perspective, and one in which the person is seen, as it were, in communion with others, where both personhood and solidarity acquire importance. There's obviously a lot more to say about the connections between religion and medical ethics, I think it's safe to say that whether contentedly or discontentedly, they're likely to remain bedfellows for some time to come. And with that thought, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Hughes. Yes, please do take a seat, because I'd like to ask Dr. Galli and Professor Centeno to join us up here on stage, as we'd like to take some questions from the audience. Unfortunately, Dr. Di Segni has had to leave us, so he won't be able to join us, but I'm sure we can get a good discussion and answer many of your questions here with our three guests. So we've also had some questions submitted on the Slido app. But before we turn to those, a very quick question that I have myself, Professor Hughes, and that is about the difference between Alzheimer's and dementia, because I was led to understand that there was a difference, and yet I see in your case study with Mr. Al-Hamad, you use them interchangeably. Yes, that one there. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, because it's useful to clarify that. So dementia, again, I'm sorry for those of you who already know all of this, but dementia is an umbrella term. So it doesn't actually define a particular disease. So if you think of dementia as covering all sorts of different types of disease, and then under the umbrella we have the various types of dementia. It's said that there are probably over 100 different types of dementia, but the big ones are Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is about 50 to 60% of cases, then vascular dementia, then Lewy body dementia, and frontotemporal dementia. So each of those particular types of dementia has its own particular types of symptom. But there are lots of other types of dementia as well. So it means that if you say somebody's got Alzheimer's, you're allowed to say that they've got dementia. But if you say someone has dementia, they may not have Alzheimer's, they may have vascular, they may have Lewy body dementia, they may have a sort of dementia caused by brain trauma.
Thank you very much for clearing that up. Very interesting to know. I think that is still something many members of the public misunderstand. So thank you once again for joining us, and hopefully we have lots of questions from the floor, so maybe we can turn to Slido when we've exhausted, if we exhaust questions from the floor. And we have some roving microphones. If you could stand up, tell us your name and where you're from, please, and who your question is directed to, if anyone in particular.
Thank you very much. My name is Hussein Budaka from University of Warwick. I am sociologist in terms of training, and I'm sociologist of religion. I must say that I enjoyed all the sessions today. Today morning, I can see from the perspective of religious pluralism, there are lots of commonalities between three religious traditions, the way I saw, between Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. But my point, one thing is, of course, I want Professor Hughes, if he can shed some light on this point, is that as a sociologist, I was thinking, all these 4 sessions tackle the issue of medical ethics more or less from objective perspectives. And I was thinking some sort of subjective approach, probably from social scientific perspective, would be very useful. And I am thinking, the world is changing dramatically under global forces and globalization, etc. It's becoming terribly diverse. And this diversity, of course, contributes to this issue of subjectivism. I was thinking how this subjectivism is reflected in medical ethics. For example, in terms of religious diversity, yeah, we are thinking about Islam, but Islam is not a generic term from social science perspective. Each individual understands Islam, I mean a Muslim, in different way. And how these things, this diversity, is reflected in your practitioner, in medical practices. Is there any way? Let me ask the question this way. We understood that there is a role for religion. Should there be any role for religion in medical practices in terms of subjectivism or not? I hope I am a bit clear.
Lots to think about there.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the question. I should say that we've just had a little chat before this,
Sure.
and I revealed that I did my PhD at Warwick. So this now feels like I'm back in my PhD viva. This time I may not get through. So I think you're right. I think that the issue of subjectivism is important, and I think that's a very useful. I think one of the things you've said is just very useful, which is to recognise, and people will have to excuse the pun, that religious faiths are very broad churches. That both in, we know in Judaism, in Islam, in Catholicism, you can have right wings and left wings. You can have all sorts of different beliefs even within the one faith. But I'm going to simplify your question, and I hope this means that I still address it. I'm just going to think about, so what would one actually do, as it were, in practice? And I think that in practice, the thing I skirted over a bit was this notion of values-based practice. And one of the things that says, and it sounds very simple, but of course it's really important, is that you need to get all the values out into the open, that you need to get them all on the table. So you have to get people around and get them to say what they actually believe and think, and to kind of reveal their values. And then the rather complex thing is you have to kind of figure out a way to sort of deal with that. The chap who was really my mentor and was at Warwick was Professor Bill Fulford, and so he's been pushing this values-based practice, and he ends up, so he has kind of 10 key elements, and the final element is to do with partnership, but where he says that you should aim for consensus, but he says you may have to put up with dissensus. In other words, that some people will just have different views that you may not be able to accommodate, but what you should at least do is take them seriously and show that they're still being recognized just in case something else changes. That's probably not a completely adequate response to your highly good question. But if anybody is interested in values-based practice and dementia, there's a really good book out called The Dementia Manifesto. It's published by Cambridge University Press, and it came out at the start of the year. Well, I'm one of the authors, just by the way. I just thought I'd drop that in.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
It was a drop-in.
Thank you very much. Next question just behind, yes.
Okay. Hi, thank you. My name is Amish. I'm from UNIDE. UNIDE is a global network of parliamentarians committed to ending infectious diseases as a global health threat. Louder? Okay.
Sorry, could you just repeat where you're from?
Sure. I'm from UNIDE. UNIDE is a global network of parliamentarians committed to ending infectious diseases as a global health threat. Okay, is it okay? No, but my question is focused on the point of fiducia and trust. And how can we gain trust in society? We see we as citizens putting trust in banks, putting trust in our schools, in our justice. How can we work on the concept of fiducia in working with hospitals and religion? We as citizens at the individual level, should we prevail with our self-determination or the fiducia to more institutions like religion and hospital, the fiducia to healthcare workers, to medicines, to doctors? And at the same point, then we have the scientific-based evidence. I see many friends of mine saying that, oh, thank God I'm alive, saying that to a doctor. And I don't know what's the reaction from the scientific-based community on the relationship of fiducia with the state and with religion. So my question, to sum up, is how is this dynamics of trust in institutions like religion and hospitals, and how can we gain the same trust as we deposit in banks, in schools, and in justice institutions? Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to direct that to anyone in particular?
To the three of them. Yeah.
Would any of you like to?
Just a small remark that this is a very interesting panel, and it's a very interesting multi-faith approach. As my name is Amish, but I'm not from the Amish community. I'm Hindu, I'm Portuguese, and I'm Indian origin. So this is very much interactive and innovative. Thank you.
Thank you, Amish. Yeah. Dr. Kelly, would you like to respond?
Thank you so much. I would like to connect this with the previous question about the public and individual patients, and because it's very much linked to the question of trust. I speak here about the discourse in the Islamic tradition, the bioethical discourse in the Islamic tradition, and I believe it applies also to other types of discourses, including the secular one to some extent maybe. The discourse is dominated by two main voices, the religious scholars, Muslim religious scholars, and biomedical scientists. And I can say, I can say that this is an elitist discourse where the involvement of the public is minimal and sometimes completely missing, which is a problem. Of course, the religious discourse, as I understand it, when it comes to Islam, fatwa, the religious advice, starts by a question coming from the public. I do not create the question myself if I'm a religious scholar. So I get the feeding, the questions from the public. And then I give this, the consumer of the advice is the public. Again, I give, and this advice is non-binding. From an Islamic perspective, I give an advice and the people can get convinced, so they will apply, or not convinced, they will not apply. So engagement with the public is a must, is an integral part of the whole process, and so it should continue. The physician is also dealing with the bodies of the public. So without communication, good communication with the public, it will be a problem. Of course, both the physicians and the religious scholars, they believe, and I think truly believe, that they have an expertise that they want to give to the public to make their life better, whether achieving the will of God in the case of the religious scholar or improving their health in the case of the physician. I still believe that there is much more space to be navigated in communicating with the public. Like, for instance, what are the most important questions for the public? We need to know that. So in our case, we discussed with the physicians who have communication with the public, and they told us what kind of question. But maybe there are much more questions. We need to know, for instance, in our cases, if we switched off life support machine, what do family members feel? Do they feel that their relative or the person dear and near to them was killed? Or this is just letting the natural process of death takes its own course, or whatever? We need to know more information. I mean here by we, both people who are working in the religious discourse and also physicians. So this is the best way to gain trust in the future. Without involving as many stakeholders as possible, it will be very difficult to continue and to gain the trust.
Thank you, Dr. Ghali.
Perhaps I understood the question in a different way, but to me there is a place in the hospital and there is a place in medicine for religion, from different religions too. We can understand that the diversity is a value in medicine and in hospital. So considering this, we have to create the space for this interfaith religion communication or dialogues in the hospitals. To me, in some countries like United States and Canada, this is more well done than in other countries. With different, my country has a strong Catholic tradition. We have less experience in this kind of communication or dialogue or spiritual care from different religions. In that countries, like United States and Canada, I think that is more respectfully with all people. We can learn from them in this sense.
Professor Hughes.
So very briefly, I think sometimes there are just these tensions, aren't there? And people will have to respond as they see fit. So just to, as it were, cheapen your question, the question is in a way about whistleblowing. So when do you stand up against your institution and say, this is against my religious beliefs? And that's going to be a difficult decision under particular circumstances. But I think you were talking about the kind of fiduciary issues. And so just to do what I've been sent here to do, which is to highlight the Journal of Medical Ethics, in last month's journal, there are a series of papers which are then summed up by Mike Dunn called With a Religion in Medicine. So it might be worth having a look at those, which discuss some of these tensions.
Thank you very much. Hope that answered your question. Now, we do want to get a few questions in, so please do try and keep them brief and also our answers as well. Yes, lady here in the fifth row, I think it is. Microphone just coming. If you could say who you are and where you're from, please.
Hello, good morning for everybody. With you, Haifa Al-Saadi. I am from Oman, Young Nursing Leaders. First, thanks a lot for your presentation. My question, it came from my clinical background. It is great to have a policy and to have a model, but what we face as a frontline healthcare providers, as a nurse or as a doctor or other professional, that how we can deal with all of these situations. From my clinical experience, I had 2 patients who they came with the major burns, and from Muslim perspective, I knew that what they are in need is to be aware about what's going on with them. I mean, we will intubate them in the ER, but with their major burns, they might, the progress is really poor. So I approached the first patient, who is a Muslim, and I was clear with him that your condition is not stable. If you would like, you can read Holy Quran, so you feel relaxed. That patient, he has a positive approach toward what I did. But when I came to the second patient, who, when I approached him, he became frustrated, stressed, and even he pulled all the lines and just he ran out of our recess. Both patients have been passed away after 5 days. But here is the dilemma that we went through as a clinician, is how to deal with it in the reality. I mean, policy is there, but do we really implement it in the practice? Do we, as a healthcare professional, prepare and train in how to communicate with patients, relatives? It's totally not about religion. Principles are same, either for Muslim, Jewish, or Christian, but it is about how to deal with it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Dr. Ghali, do you have something you'd like to say?
Yes, as I mentioned in my lecture, essentializing what Muslim is problem. So we cannot say because this person is Muslim, it means this 1, 2, and 3. The Muslim means that you have a religious conviction, but you have many other things. Being a parent or married or a single makes impact also on my decisions, whether I'm Muslim or not. Being rich or poor, living in a rich country or a poor country, highly educated, poorly educated, all these things play a part. So there is a problem, especially when we are in Europe, where Muslims make part of religious minority. There is this easy inclination to essentialize what Muslim is. And when I was living in the Netherlands, I was always saying that we are not only religious beings, we are human beings. There are other things that make part of it. So if we go together upstairs and we want to drink coffee and I say I don't drink coffee, it's not that because necessarily that I think it's haram, forbidden. It's just I don't like it, and I like to drink juice, for instance. We can be both Muslims or Christians or Jews or secular, whatever, but this doesn't mean that our approach will be identically the same. That's why policies are always give broad lines. To implement these policies into real practice, you need to be aware about the context specificity of each person. And that's why I always say, before communicating information, there must be conversation, pre-communication conversation. What person likes, what person dislikes, what amount of information should be given, and what information, and to who, etc. So this will minimize the problems that can happen afterwards.
So basically, every case, whatever religion, is totally individual.
Yes, there are, of course, general things. Like if I am a religious person, it means in my worldview there is God who decides, not only me. So it will not be the same that someone who does not have God in the worldview. But this doesn't mean that in every single element necessarily the same and identically the same. This will be problematic.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we take a question from this side of the room, please? If you could keep it brief, as we want to get quite a few questions in.
Sure.
Thank you.
Very brief. My name is Monzer Sadiq. I'm from Doha. I'm the chief of women anesthesiology, so I'm a physician. And it's just about my personal story, and as a physician as well, I see it, the same story happening is when my mom was really sick and the surgeon came out of the operation say it's the tumor has spread everywhere. And it's only palliative care for her. So I faced as a son, at that time I was in the medical school, shall I tell her or I keep it for myself and give her hopes? And this hope might help. And I faced the same when I try to tell my patients the truth. But the relatives, as Dr. Ghali mentioned before, say that don't tell him or her. Because of the cultural, because of the fear of the impact of the news on the patient. So is it ethical or unethical, or what should we do from a religious perspective, whether to tell or not to tell?
Professor Centeno?
To tell or not to tell? That's the question. But I don't think that that's the question. The question is to be there. To the side of the person, to the side of your mother, answering the questions that she wants to do. But you have to be there in an authentic way, with the truth, but with the truth that is possible to accept for her, with the answer, but the answer for a question that she wants to ask. Sometimes questions at the end of life, questions are not real questions. Question is the way to express something that is there, is the way to communicate with her. So my view is you have to respect her wishes, you have to answer her question, understanding that sometimes are so difficult questions because are not a question, a real question, is a way to express the suffering that needs to be listened to relieve the suffering that is behind. So it's not to say or not to say, it's to be there in an authentic way, listening and answering properly.
Thank you very much. Lady in the blue here on the left. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Waid Al-Maita from Jordan. I just want to tell another story about to tell or not to tell, but in a different way, and I'll make it very short. I was director of a hospital, and we had a patient, a young man, a terminal patient, with 2 female kids, about 4 years, 3 years and a half. We know that, the Islamic inheritance is clear, is obvious. So, the family would say, don't tell him that he's dying. Of course, he knows in a way, he is educated, but he was not sure. Of course, the wife would say, and the family wife, no, please tell him. because somebody should take care of the kids, of course. We're talking about 2 girls. The formula for, having a boy and a girl is different, in Islam, and the inheritance is, it has, its rules. So I thought that, I felt sad, for the mother and for the kids, especially they are twins, and one was, she was disadvantaged child, the other lady, the other baby. So I thought that we have to take, the right decision. We have to help them, not to take as healthcare providers, but to help them and to help the family and the children. So we invited legal advisors, religious leaders, because they said he cannot do a will. The family said from his side, the young man family. So I said, no, we have to dig more, and we cannot just, go like this. So we had a very good advisor who came and talked about, the best interest of children, and connected that very well with the religion. So finally, we actually convinced the family that we have to tell him, and then, he wrote the will, and he put everything under the name of the girls. So, we were so happy. It means that sometimes you have to go beyond the walls in order to see not the person that you have, not the terminal person only, but, the people, behind that person, to make, I think, more peace, for that terminal patient and for the family. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that story with us. Do you have a specific question you'd like the panel to answer?
No, it's just, one of the examples that, sometimes we think beyond, what we have. And sometimes we have to take courageous decisions. Maybe some of the region people will not like, but we have to bring people together and have that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. In the front row here. If we could keep it brief, please.
I will do, I promise.
Thank
Cameron
you.
Massey from BMJ. Thank you, enjoyed all your presentations this morning. Can I ask all the panel members, what did you see, is there something common that you can identify between the religions in relation to this particular issue? Thank you very much.
I am the first one. Something common is all want to relieve people, all want to be there at the side of the patient. So the agreement is to do the right care at the end of life. I think that this is the agreement. Values are common for all, I think. I think that we are all in agreement about dignity, about compassion, about humility. We are all agree with that. And we are agree also in many other values. So this is the starting point of communication between us. But all are agree in the values, and all are agree in the relief people at the end of life.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I think there are many, not only one thing, there are many things common between religions when it comes to palliative care and approaching the patient in general. First of all, that there is God who decides about the good and the bad in this life, and you need to consider what the will of God is in a specific situation. So it's not only about what I want, I here as a patient or a family or a person, but what God also wants from me. If this is part of my worldview, it will decide many things. Also that there is a soul. It's not only the body that feels pain or feels pleasure, but there is a soul. If I displeased God, I would feel pain. So not just because I'm sick. So I think there are so many common things when we put the religious perspective on the table.
I think the only thing I would say is relationships. And I mean, I agree with what everybody else has said, but I think relationships is another important thing, which the importance of relationships, so this relationships, within families, between patients and medical practitioners, and then also your relationship with God or with your religious beliefs generally. So I think relationships is the thing I'd emphasize.
Thank you very much. So the three main common threads you see across all the religions are values, God, and relationships. I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much. I think it would be interesting to hear from a member of the clergy here. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am Reverend Verghese K. Abraham from Kerala, India. And regarding the question that just raised, I have a suggestion regarding to that. We had the presentations from Muslim, Christian, then Jewish, and at last from the medical perspective. So I think this Pontifical Academy, this Wish Foundation, these are the platforms for all of us to transcend the boundaries. That means from biological to ethical. In between, we have to reconsider the psychosocial, spiritual issues. We all are human beings, but at the same time, religion, every person and every religion has its own boundaries, but at the same time, we are learning something, especially in the field of palliative care, to unlearn and to transcend the boundaries. That means, it should be clear,
So what is your question? If we could have a direct question, if possible, to the panel.
So regarding to these religious perspectives, when we consider a patient as a human, from togetherness to connectedness, I think this is the real emphasis between the religions. So when we are dealing with a patient, we consider him as a spiritual being with human experience. But apart from other interventions, so many people are considering human beings with spiritual interventions. So what's the relevant thing that we have to highlight in the religions, that are we spiritual beings with human experience, or are we human beings with spiritual experience?
Who would like to answer that? Professor Hughes?
Well, I think the answer is that that we're both spiritual, however you define that, and also physical. But I wouldn't want to, as it were, overemphasize the spiritual. I know that's a terrible thing to say in this setting, but I mean sometimes the important thing is just to give the person good physical care. And actually, maybe your spiritual religious beliefs would encourage you to do that. It doesn't mean that you have to be kind of thinking of this other spiritual thing. You just need to attend to this person's blood sugar. Okay. So I think that's one thing I would say. But there will be circumstances when the spiritual will become more important. So in connection with facing death at some point, spiritual matters will suddenly become much more important. So I think it's like a lot of our responses to these things, which is that things are rather varied. So sometimes we'll be physical beings with spiritual lives, and sometimes we'll be spiritual beings with physical lives. But I think it varies.
Thank you, Professor Hughes. Can we hear from this young woman here in the front, please?
Thank you. My name is Dr. Vongai Madinuri Shuro. I'm a GP trainee in Boston, Lincolnshire, and I've also done medical ethics and law at King's College London. I have a special interest in the doctor-patient relationship, and I think your comments, Dr. Hughes, nicely lead on to my question. Because on the side where the situational factors, as you mentioned, are relevant, I feel these foundational factors are somehow now in the subconscious of the consultation, and there's less confidence that I see in my colleagues and many clinical staff to actually address them or to bring them to the consultation where they are relevant. So my question is, what do you think are the barriers of bringing up these situational factors to the consciousness of the consultation? And how do you think we should be empowering clinicians or increasing their confidence in order to do that? For example, should we be integrating some form of religious or philosophical awareness or training in medical school, or even in specialist training?
So when you talked about situational factors, I take it you really mean the kind of religious factors.
You mean all the five that you mentioned: cultural factors, personal, spiritual, social, and I understand, for example, social, we do more of, for example, my county has just implemented a social prescribing program, but all these are the sort of moral, thinking about virtues, values, and things like that.
Well, I mean, this is a good question. It's a thorny issue, isn't it? Some of those things are going to be dealt with fairly easily. So sort of social or familial factors, you can very easily say, you know, what does your family think about this? Or have you discussed this with your husband or your wife or whatever? So I think some of those things are difficult. But once you get into the ethical and the religious, then of course it does become more difficult. It's sort of interesting that it does, well, especially for us in the UK, more than perhaps in some other countries. And the ethical, it seems to me, is not so difficult in that you could present people with choices, as it were, or alternatives, and you could say, what are your thoughts about these two options? There's always this worry about the spiritual that we'll somehow get into trouble, and again I sort of hesitate to say this in this forum, but I think there's some sense to that. I know, treating, for instance, very depressed patients who've been religious, one hasn't wanted to kind of push the religion too much because the worry is that you might induce more guilt or something. They might think that you're saying to them, yes, you've been bad and God isn't going to love you anymore or something, or you need to confess or whatever. So I think there are reasons for being cautious. On the other hand, I think in a very straightforward way, one can just face these values and, if necessary, then direct the person towards somebody who's going to be able to deal with these matters more easily. This is more difficult in general practice, but of course it's much easier in hospital practice, where you can then just say, this sounds like the sort of thing that maybe you should discuss with the chaplain or whatever.
Professor Hughes, I'm sorry to cut you short. Please do carry on your conversation at lunchtime. We just want to squeeze in 2 more questions and one from Slido. Gentleman at the back, member of the clergy. If we could keep it short, please, sir.
Daniel Newsom from Ireland. What do you think is the role of religious communities, faith communities, in promoting palliative care as an active and dynamic medical discipline, as opposed to when all else fails, we'll have palliative care? So promoting palliative care as opposed to just end-of-life care.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure if I understood well the question. What is the role of communities of faith in the promotion of palliative care? That's the question. Okay, we are seeing, in fact, many hospice and palliative care institutions promoting palliative care. In the room, there are people that is leading some of this enterprise. In Kerala, in India, there are a beautiful model of care that is strongly, with a strong foundation in Catholics. But in other countries, as in my presentation I did, in other countries I find from other faith, in that case it was Orthodox hospice. So there is a role, because if we put together all this service, we have 100 of this service. I remember in one of the meetings that we have in the Academy of Life, one person from Africa that was from other faith explained it's very important that a Catholic institution as the Academy of Life promote palliative care, because in fact in my country most of the health institutions are Catholic, so there is clearly a role in the promotion of palliative care. But as Cicely Sander taught us, with respect to others, hand to hand with many other people that has the same aim, to care people at the end of life, to relieve people at the end of life. So it's not the unique promoter. We have to work in collaboration with many others, but there is a role, and it's a fact of that.
Thank you very much. Right at the back in the corner there.
Hello, my name is Raphael. I'm from Switzerland, from the University of Zurich. I wonder if I'm a bit silly and there's a misunderstanding, or if we have breaking news. If I understood the scholar on Islamic ethics well, then there's an agreement on active termination of life, and as far as I understood, that euthanasia is somehow okay for Islam. Is this correct? And if yes, under which conditions?
Is this breaking news?
The breaking news is that there is a huge misunderstanding. That's the breaking news. So, no, I said that there is a kind of agreement that LSTs, the life-sustaining treatments, can be stopped in case of brain death. This is an agreement. In case of euthanasia, active termination of life, there is an agreement that it is not possible. So to actively terminate the life of a patient, which we call euthanasia or physician-assisted suicide in whatever way, is categorically forbidden, and this is one of the things on which we have agreement. I was saying that there is diversity, but there are issues on which there is agreement. I think in any religious worldview where there is God, who is seen as the giver of life with an uppercase G, will be the only one to put an end to this life. This is what makes sense. Otherwise, there is no creator, and then you end the life that this creator made. This will be inconsistent. Yeah. So I'm happy that I corrected this huge misunderstanding.
Glad there's not going to be any breaking news leaving this building, especially if it wasn't quite right. Thank you so much, everybody on the floor. I'm so...
Signora Turiziani, può dire il tema del livello universitario?
Can you...
in inglese o in italiano? Vabbè.
Può mettersi in piede, per favore?
Okay.
Allora, sono un medico.
I'm a palliative care provider. I'm a physician. I work at the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart.
From 2010, with this law, we introduce the services for palliative care, hospice and home care, and the services inside the hospital, like consultant. And for all of our country, for all disease and for all age. It's very, very important. And we introduce different level of quality, the basic palliative care and the specialized services on palliative care. Now we are introduce the educational program for teaching palliative care inside university, but until now we have only the master after the degree. Tomorrow, in the health minister, we probably tomorrow can decide if the discipline, the academic discipline, is an obligation inside at our university. And I would like to thank you, Monsieur Paglia, because he spent a lot of the energy for improve this inside our country and the world.
Thank you very much. So you're hoping and expecting for this announcement tomorrow to find out more.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate you doing that in English for the audience. Thank you very much indeed. So thank you for all your questions. I know some of you still wanted to ask some, but I think that many of you would also like your lunch. So just before you stand up, can we just take one question from Slido? And the thing I would like to ask, if you could, gentlemen, please think of some very quick case studies, very quickly think of them. What are some of the trickiest religious ethical questions or dilemmas you've faced when it comes to palliative care? I know we have heard a smattering of case studies already, but are there any standout case studies or examples where you've really found this situation very difficult indeed?
I think that question is sometimes is easy to answer. Is the ethical dilemmas that we more frequently we have are related with the level of care, with the limitation of the effort that we put in the care. This is one dilemma. other dilemma that we have that come from our religious background many times is the dilemma of sedation, but not the indication of to sedate the patient, that is very well accepted in any situation from my religion. But the dilemma is when one person choose sedation or act sedation or obligate to the doctor to do sedation. That's the dilemma. And in third place could be the petition of assisted suicide or euthanasia in the medical setting. These three one.
Professor, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you all for your questions, and to those of you who posed them on Slido as well. We'll have two interactive panel discussions this afternoon after lunch, one on interfaith approaches to palliative care and one on paediatric palliative care. So I look forward to welcome you all back here at 2:15 p.m. sharp. Have a nice lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could begin to take our seats, please. Yeah, here we go.
Very nice to meet you.
Buongiorno. Bene, lei? Hello again, nice to see you. Ma lei parlerà in English?
I didn't completely get the comparison with the candles. It was like one candle, you could blow it out, and one.
I'd like to take your seats, please. I think we'll make a start. Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch and are ready to nourish your minds as we're going to move straight into the first of this afternoon's panels. We're going to be exploring together whether an interfaith approach could better promote the role of spirituality in the provision of palliative care. And joining me, we have a couple of people who've come all the way from the States, Professor Christina Puchalski, Director of the George Washington University Institute for Spirituality and Health in Washington, D.C. Welcome to Rome. You just arrived this morning, I know. Muhammad Ali, who arrived yesterday from New York. Mr. Ali is chaplain of the New York Presbyterian Hospital and of the Weill Cornell, I should have checked that pronunciation, Weill Cornell and Columbia University Medical Center. And from closer to home, we have Dr. Nunziata Comoretto, who represents the scientific section of our co-host, the Pontifical Academy for Life. And last but not least, Dr. Alessandro Stievano, who's Assistant Director of Nursing and Health Policy at the International Council of Nurses in Geneva. Now, just before we get going with our panel discussion, we want to see if we can get our poll working, our audience poll. So come on, Slido, do your thing, and here we have it. And the question is, do you believe that medical systems give enough consideration to religion and spirituality when providing palliative care? Now, I hope most of you have been able to get Slido up on your smartphones. So if you have, please do cast your vote now. A very simple yes, no answer. So just to reiterate, the question is, do you believe that medical systems give enough consideration to religion and spirituality when providing palliative care? And there we have it. The answer, overriding no. 60% of respondents, 75% of respondents have answered no. And that is changing as we speak. So very overwhelming results there. So maybe we can use this to kick us off. Was that the sort of answer that you would have been expecting? Professor Puchalski, if I can start with you.
Yes, this is a global audience. I would say that I would have expected maybe 70 to 80% to say no, yet not fully attending to it, though a lot of changes have been occurring over the last 30 years when we started doing work in this area, and I would say that the percentage is increasing, but we do have a way to go. Yeah.
How do you bridge a theological and philosophical concept such as spirituality into clinical care?
So I think to answer that question, I'll start just with raising a definition that was developed by a number of consensus conferences, and this particular definition was with an audience of participation that were from all the major countries represented, and the need for developing a definition, I know you and I have talked about this before, and I just want to set it a little bit clearer. The need for the definition arises for something you and I were just talking about, which is what is spirituality, what is religion? And for many years in the United States, there was a lot of research on religion and health, not so much on spirituality more broadly defined, and there was also a great deal of resistance. This number would be 100% if we only said no, if we only said religion. A lot of resistance limiting it only to religion. So a lot of work, both in education and clinical care, was in developing a definition, which is that it's a dynamic, spirituality is a dynamic and intrinsic part of all of us, and it's a way that we each seek ultimate meaning, purpose, and a sense of transcendence. and then how we experience relationship to a wide variety of things, and that's very, very individual, inner life, our family, work, etc., society, but also how we connect with, understand the significant or sacred. So our understanding our meaning and purpose in a connection to the significant or sacred. So how do you bridge something this philosophical? So we bridge it by understanding who we are treating in palliative care, but in care in general also. What are the needs of our patients? Patients want to be listened to. They want to be understood. They want to have their suffering attended to. There was a question from the morning session about if suffering is redemptive or something like that, why did we create medicine? There's many types of suffering, and when it comes to very deep, profound suffering, that's spiritual or existential suffering, very, very deep despair, very deep sense of lack of meaning, and if people believe in God, a sense of alienation or by God. That type of deep suffering can result in worsening physical pain, emotional pain, and social pain, as well as worsening quality of life. And so by saying this is what our patients need, we know that if we don't address it, we can have bad healthcare outcomes. We have to address that. And so we have developed models over the years, many people in this room also similar models of what we call a generalist specialist model of care and palliative care, where chaplains, my colleague here, chaplains and clinicians work together to attend to the spiritual needs of patients.
Well, on that point, Muhammad Ali, I wanted to ask you, being a chaplain, you play a key role in attending to some of the needs of people who are very ill and at the end of their lives. What kind of questions or dilemmas do you face when trying to improve the physician-patient or patient-caregiver relationship within the palliative care context, and how religion and spirituality play into it as well, obviously?
Thank you, Lisa. It's a pleasure being here in this great city. As a chaplain, when you visit patients, as Dr. Pawlowski mentioned, how do you pronounce it?
That's correct.
Pawlowski, right? Dr. Pawlowski mentioned that pain is not just physical, it's spiritual, emotional, social. As we know that the founder of the modern hospice movement, she articulated many years ago that total pain. So pain is multidimensional, and we cannot treat emotional or spiritual pain with analgesic, the way we treat the physical pain. So when we visit patients, the first question they ask, they're suffering and pain is like, why I am suffering? It starts with the question, why? Why me? So this is the starting question, why me? It's undeserved, it's untimely, I have many things left to finish. So these are emotional and spiritual pain. And as we know that palliative care, as in the morning session we heard that dignity is the foundation. And since it's an interfaith session, so I would like to highlight what Quran says. Clearly, Quran mentioned that we have honored the children of Adam. لَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي Adam. So Quran clearly describes the honor of human being. So it's universal. Dignity and honor of the human being is universal, regardless of religious identity or status of health or wealth. So it's universal. And palliative care highlights this dignity. But what happens, this care, in the palliative care, the dignity starts with caring patients. And caring is different than focusing on disease. It's like caring is focusing on the whole person, how this person wants to be treated, what is or her choices, preferences, values. We need to put all that together in the care plan. But sometimes, even though palliative care highlights the dignity and the care of the holistic care, but still we see there is sometimes tension between medical team and the patients. And it comes from we have to understand this, that physician and the patient, they're coming from two different, distinct circumstances. Doctors come with their years of training, they bring to the relationship skill, spatial skill, years of training focusing on the disease process. And patients, they're coming with their intimate stories, their personal concern. while the doctor's behavior are controlled by institutional codes and the professional ethics and all these. So it's hard for doctors to attune to the emotion of the patients in this context all the time, because they also fear the physician that it might impair their clinical judgment if they invest too much in the emotional aspect of the patients. So at that point, we see that, for instance, there are many issues involved here. We see that one common thing in palliative care, we deal with hope and miracle, dealing with hope and miracle. So patients, as a chaplain, we talk about hope. We don't diminish the hope. We help patients redefine their hope. So giving them a space, emotional, spiritual space, allow them to hope evolve. Hope doesn't include not only the cure, it may include other things, like qualitative things, end-of-life quality, and repairing relationship with loved ones. These are the things. These are unfinished business they have to finish before they die. So palliative care includes all of these things. We do not diminish the hope. We sit with the patients, talk about hope. What does the hope look like? What are the miracles they're hoping for? So we begin our conversation.
Mr. Ali, as chaplain, you are able to really focus on the spiritual and religious issues with each individual patient. So stemming from that, I wanted to ask Dr. Stievano, as Assistant Director of Nursing and Health Policy at the International Council of Nurses in Geneva, how much are nurses expected? Thank you, yes, just press that button. How much are nurses expected to also provide this sort of spiritual support to patients? And do they have the necessary training and time?
First of all, I don't know if it does work, but because the light is not on. Oh, thank you so much. So I thank you so much for the invitation to represent nurses. And thank you also for the question about, the importance of nursing in taking care of spiritual care, and especially in particular periods of life, like in palliative care or in other, in other circumstances. And I think that the role of all health professionals is crucial to take care of about spiritual care. But nurses have got some special features, for example, and that for the meaning of their work, they are very near to the patients. 24 hours per day. And that gives some contributions, to have a better, to take care of the patients under different aspects and perspectives, because we know very well, and I was taught that care is holistic and has to be holistic. Sometimes, because when we are going to generalize in our global world, is difficult to say that we are giving this care holistically. But, we should all together to have this kind of dialogues among all health professionals to take care of patients in all their aspects, and the spiritual aspect is a crucial one.
But is it realistic when nurses and doctors, certainly from my experience in the UK, are absolutely rushed off their feet? Should that really be part of the role of clinicians? Or should there be dedicated people supporting patients with their religion and spirituality, for example, like Mr. Ali?
Well, actually, I wouldn't, focus on particular circumstances, but I think that, this is a concept that is embedded in all health professionals. And nurses are at the forefront of taking care of people 24 hours per day, all year round. And so I think if there are some, some little problems, also this kind of debates, this kind of endeavors, to have this dialogue among health professionals is helping, to have a better quality of care for everybody. And I want to repeat, this morning, I don't want to be long, but this morning I was browsing my mobile and I was having some systematic, let's say, not so systematic, some reviews about the different meanings for nurses of spirituality, spiritual care, how they put in practice this spiritual care and the education they have got in different parts of the world. Well, it's a challenge. It's a challenge that has to be won by everybody all together, not just by nurses.
Yes, Christina?
Just addressing that question that you raised about, is it realistic? So, yes, it's realistic. And what we have to recognize is if we don't, as doctors and nurses and so the generalist model is nurses and doctors and social workers, psychologists and others addressing spiritual care. If we don't address that, we may be missing some key elements of why the patient came to us. So to arrive at a correct diagnosis, you need to establish trust with a patient. You're not going to do that if you're not attentive and listen and be willing to serve that patient and be in touch with your own vocation to serve. You're going to be rushing people out and you won't attend to their needs. Patients want to be listened to. If we don't really listen to all of their story, their psychosocial and their spiritual story, as well as their physical, we're not going to be providing the good care. But it's in what context, and that's what the bridging question was about. If we start thinking about addressing spirituality, which you and I are not trained to do the way chaplains are, then of course it's unrealistic. But if we recognize as doctors and nurses that we screen, that we do a history, which can take a minute or two, and if we identify a spiritual issue that needs addressing, then we try to bring in other people on the team, such as board-certified chaplains, that can address that.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Dr. Nunziata Comoretto, I'd like to turn to you now. Dr. Comoretto is going to be speaking in Italian, so if you'd like to put on your headsets for the translation. And Dr. Nunziata, you were a member of the PAL Life group. Yeah, Mr. Ali, you have a headset now. You were a member of the PAL Life group. Can you tell us more about the project and some of the recommendations that stemmed from it?
Sì, grazie. Allora, io innanzitutto se mi volevo anche fare il...
Yes, thank you. And if you allow me, Luisa, I would also like to make a comment on the question you asked. So, if healthcare professionals are dealing properly and sufficiently with the spiritual dimension, well, the answer, I think, in general, well, it's the same as the answers that we are getting and we can share them. But I would also like to make say something more specifically about some aspects of medicine, saying that in some medical or healthcare areas, this attention is still very limited. But in other areas, such as the one that we are exploring today, that of palliative care, no doubt, there is a lot of activity. Many people are active in this field, and this also translates into a greater attention to the patient in terms of spirituality. But I would also like to highlight, in order to be hopeful and to continue to cultivate hope, the fact that there is a positive trend in terms of recovering the aspects of spirituality within contemporary medicine. So, as Christina highlighted in talking about spirituality in the sense that it's not limited to religion, but I would also like to invite you to think about the movement of medical humanities, so narrative medicine, attention to literature, art and music. These are all dimensions. It's a branch, let's say, that is trying to recover get back to this attention to the spiritual dimension and to get to a holistic vision of a person in also bioethics. What is it? Well, it's really recovering or reconsidering other dimensions of a person in addition to the tangible and biological ones and the organic ones. So I would say that undoubtedly there is this trend which has got its limitations, of course, and of course there are also very specific situations. There are some good realities, virtuous realities, as Mr. Centeno described this morning, and there are also realities in which you have greater difficulties and in which there are other different needs, time constraints, financial limitations, and in that case you've got a greater difficulty. But I want to get back to the question that you were asking me. So this Pulp Life project that was already illustrated this morning, and perhaps it comes from this awareness of the great contribution that palliative care is giving to the spiritual dimension of medicine, and the other way around, the importance that spirituality has in palliative care. So there is a mutual benefit, let's say, a mutual enrichment. What I would just like to say, because I think that the white paper is available, and this is one of the results of the Pulp Life project, and also Mr. Centeno this morning also said something about the methodology adopted in this project. But still, I wanted to say that for us, palliative care have this deep cultural meaning within the framework, the field of medicine. So it's not just a way to give clinical or healthcare assistance to the patient at the end of his or her life versus other alternatives that may be proposed, such as euthanasia or ceasing all treatment. But the richness in terms of values is precisely represented by this attention, this focus on spirituality that is part of the DNA of palliative care. And this also has the effects of promoting this dimension within medicine and also within culture and society at large, that sometimes are a bit utilitarian in their approaches. As Pope Francis was telling us, they are sort of the cause of this culture of waste, whereas by definition palliative care is inclusive care because it involves everybody, so not just the patient but also the family and even the healthcare team, because there's a mutuality in the sense that the palliative care team take care one of the other, so they are a witness, an excellent witness, I think, and a supreme witness of what it means really to experience this human dimension of taking care in the broad sense. But there were concrete recommendations from this Pulp Life group. Yes, well, recommendations are, let's say, guidelines or provisions that have been drafted for the purposes of advocacy, in the sense of advocating for palliative care, and they are focused on the stakeholders that the group of experts, and that Christina is also a member of this group, has identified as essential to develop palliative care in the best manner. So the stakeholders that we identified are at least 12, and for every stakeholder, 3 recommendations were developed. I imagine we all understand this regardless of the scientific path that led this. But anyway, first there are politicians, then there are universities, and also this role was mentioned this morning. There are also healthcare workers, and there is also a special focus on spirituality. So from this scientific work and recommendations, what has emerged is that proper training, proper spiritual support during the clinical phase, and a proper training in terms of being to understand and providing guidance to the patient in terms of his spirituality are essential in order to be able to promote bedside the best possible palliative care. Thank you.
Christina, we've talked a lot about these cultures and countries and societies where spiritual and religious support is offered as part of palliative care. What are the challenges and opportunities for countries that do not have spiritual care professionals, such as board-certified chaplains?
So that's a challenge. If as countries around the world are developing palliative care, those countries that do not have healthcare chaplains, that's a challenge in being able to provide the type of spiritual expertise that we just talked about earlier with the generalist specialist model. But there are many opportunities, and in fact, there are several countries that are now working on trying to develop healthcare chaplains. So just for the audience, in many countries, the word chaplain is equated with a priest. So again, just terminology is sometimes hard. So to kind of clarify that, healthcare chaplains or spiritual care professionals, as they're called in Europe, for example, have specific training. They're not necessarily all clergy. They do have a master's degree in divinity, generally speaking, and then they have a clinical pastoral education program. Now, this is the U.S., Australia, New Zealand, and Canada, and some similar programs like that in Europe, some type of specific training. So the challenge is, how do we translate that type of more Western model into countries worldwide? And so there's a lot of discussion about whether a master's is indeed necessary in places where people couldn't really afford to do that. So just to give you a summary of some of the places, the Association of Clinical Pastoral Education, whose executive director is Trace Haythorne in the U.S., has been working with colleagues in Hong Kong and Israel, for example, on developing culturally appropriate clinical pastoral education programs in those countries, so there are chaplaincy there. Anne Vanderhoek, who leads the European Research Institute for Chaplains in Healthcare Research and Healthcare Chaplaincy. Similarly, there are efforts in Europe around furthering the development and collaborating with other countries to develop clinical pastoral education. Sister Juliana Young, who was part of our PAL Life expertise group herself, finished that training and is also a nurse and is working on doing that in Korea. So I think, and then I'm working with Father Rick Bauer, who is a Maryknoll priest, a social worker, and a board-certified chaplain in Africa. Most of his professional life has been there, on doing something similar within Africa. We also have Dr. Paulina Tabola here, who we have been working with Chile on developing professional chaplain programs there. And in that case, they came to the United States to see how chaplaincy is in one of our hospitals, Virginia Commonwealth University, and they are looking at developing that. But while we're waiting for that to occur, I want to underscore the importance of spiritual care volunteers and people who accompany patients in their suffering. While they are not healthcare chaplains in the way that we've just talked about, they do have training and they are able to be present and to accompany people in their healing and in their suffering journeys. And I witnessed many of those types of volunteers in the different countries where we've done some of our training for clinicians and other professionals. And so we need to grow that as well, recognizing that that's not necessarily the same level of and training as board-certified chaplains, but they nonetheless have training from spiritual care professionals to be able to meet some of the needs of patients.
Thank you. And Mr. Ali, conversely, what are some of the problems that, for example, Muslim palliative care patients face living in the West?
Thank you. So in palliative care,
the microphone on.
This one?
Yep.
In palliative care is the culture of one. The person who is my care, who is in my care, who is under my care, what matters to him or her? I mean, there are 10 Muslims in the room, but you ask every single Muslims, or same with the Catholic, it will be different. So what matters to this person, or who he or she? So people comes from a different religion, and they have, even within one religion, they have many influences. And also their level of understanding of their own faith, also their level of observance is different. So the person who is coming to healthcare, take the healthcare services, there are many things that come with them, and also they're in clinical and non-clinical nature, and they influence them. So Muslims in the West is a very diverse community. I think one of the most diverse communities in the West is the Muslim community. So Muslims coming from Africa, from Asia, from Europe. So you visit, everybody is different. So this is the thing I think challenging for a healthcare professional in the West. And also another problem is that, okay, there are some, in major cities, a lot of clinicians, they have cultural competency in Islamic care. But sometimes also we have to have cultural humility too. I don't know everything about this religion or about this person, so I need to listen to him or her, what matters to him. And so this is the first thing, the problem is this. And secondly, that not too many hospitals have Muslim chaplains. And again, Dr. Christine, she knows that how hard it is to integrate chaplaincy in healthcare, because healthcare is no longer a non-profit business. They are just like other corporate world. So money, dollar is a dollar also in healthcare. So they think all about factors. So there are not too many Muslim chaplains. So what they do, they sometimes the patients whose the spirituality, as we heard from Dr. Pukalski, that is very diverse, it's very personal. So, but some people, their spirituality is influenced by their religiosity. It's rooted in their religion. So this person, he or she will ask for to talk to him, same faith chaplain. So in this case, since they don't have Muslim chaplain, they will coordinate this care to a community clergy. And problem with community clergy, they are not trained in pastoral care. It is very problematic for them because pastoral care is not about instruction, giving instruction from religion. So community clergy, their spiritual practice is based on religious instruction. Someone is dying. If he or she is not religious, telling him to be religious is not too helpful for this person. And also, their relationship, pastoral relationship is different when they interact with imam or rabbi. It will be one person dominated communication. Whereas pastoral care is in partnership, equality in the relationship. I have to give them space. It's not just my conversation. It's I have to listen to them. First is listening. It's very important. So that's the problem with community clergy. So what happens that they have to have this kind of skills. So if hospital doesn't train them, first they need to hire Muslim chaplains or the Jewish faith-based chaplain also in the team. Because I'm a faith-based chaplain also, I'm trained in multi-faith chaplains. So most of the time, what happens, I'm on call in the hospital. So I visit to any patient from any culture. I remember that one time I was on call and one Catholic family, they paged me through the nurse. So they paid me, they asked for a Catholic priest. No, they didn't ask for a Catholic priest, they just asked on-call chaplain. Yes, so when I went there, I saw in the door 2 young women, they're standing, and I introduced myself. I thought, oh my God, they will say no. They will probably ask for a Catholic chaplain, priest. So when I introduced myself, they said, no, we want you. Because why my father's church is telling him he will be punished? He's afraid, he's dying, and they are telling that he'll be punished for the kind of person he was. So they're happy to have visit from me, so I was there. So because of my training, I was very pastoral, and I was highlighting how God is kind and merciful. So this was the problem with the community clergy. If they don't have training, this is the problem they will have. So hospital needs to hire more chaplain, faith-based chaplain also on the team. And while their chaplains taking the spiritual care training, it's always, the model is in the US is multi-faith chaplaincy. And these chaplains, they study not only religious literature, they study psychology, they study social sciences, different areas.
It's got to be very multifaceted.
Very multifaceted, yes.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask Dr. Stevano, I want to pick up on some of the points that Mr. Ali made about very diverse cultural and spiritual differences that we are now encountering in all our communities, and even in Italy, no doubt, with patients in hospitals. So how do you expect nurses to not only support patients with their spirituality and religious needs, but on top of that, with these very different multicultural and multi-religious needs.
Thank you. This is a very important aspect. First of all, I have to say that the education of the health professionals and nurses in our case is diverse, and because different universities have got different curricula, and we know that in some kind of institutions that are more focused on let's say, in some religions, some, the teachings on spirituality and how to understand the different spiritual concerns and needs of patients are done well. But, this is the first aspect to say, we have to implement this kind of perspective to have more teachings, more anthropological teachings, and more focus on the holistic care. And secondly, our globalized society more intertwined, and it gives, especially in some places in these big hubs of the world, the fortune, to take care of people who are coming from different cultural backgrounds. And this is a great fortune for all health professionals, because when you take care of these people is a challenge a little bit, because you have to understand, the different, peculiarities and cultures, especially of the main groups who are present in that particular place. But, when you give them your care, your holistic care, you are really satisfied in your work, in your jobs, and it makes the difference, because when you are satisfied doing what you are doing, you got another face, you got another spirit. And, that's very important, because it was mentioned that palliative care is a very important field to express this kind of, humanities, to take care of people. But I want to remember there are also other fields, and all the fields that are linked to vulnerabilities, like the, transcultural or, patients who are coming from different cultures, so you have to take care of these differences, or persons who are discriminated regards to different things, to different characteristics, even age, or the color is too easy, but social class, and I think health professionals have chosen that kind of work. They are, they are physicians or nurses or midwives or whatever you like, because they wanted, maybe some of them along their life, they have lost a little bit this focus. But, I know that the majority of them are still focused to take care of the person, of all different persons, in their integrity as persons, regardless of some supposed differences. And that's the focus, not just of palliative care, but, for example, mental health. I just come to my mind, mental health patients, It's incredible, it's incredible good to take care of these patients who are vulnerable, but it's good to take care of everybody. But, these vulnerabilities are very focused for nursing and for all healthcare professionals. This is my opinion.
Given how multidimensional now the support is that clinicians and nurses need to give, should there be very specific formal training and looking specifically in Italy at making that more multicultural and diverse?
Well, actually, I'm also the president of the Italian Transcultural Nursing Association, but I've got, a little bit the view of what's happening in different parts of the world by means of my work that's kind of global. And I have to tell you that we need more and more education on these issues, because there isn't enough. There isn't enough on cultural diversity, on social class diversity, on.
Christina's nodding. Christina's nodding, Dr. Stiavano. Should we let her say something here?
No, I completely, thank you very much, and I agree completely with training. In fact, the studies that show that the hindrances to integrating spiritual care are not just time. You mentioned that earlier. Is it time? That's one of them. But the bigger one is lack of training. And training is essential to equip all of us on the team to address spiritual issues according to our level of expertise, be it the spiritual expert or the nurses and the physicians. And then the other barrier is where people think that someone else on the team can do it. So that if you're a busy nurse or I'm a busy physician and we think, there's a chaplain on the team, so don't worry because the chaplain will address it. People will form relationships with the nurse or the social worker or the physician or the chaplain, and all of us should take that opportunity to address it. So just along that line, what is it that we can teach? So we've been doing a lot of work, as have other colleagues, many in this audience, on developing curricula in nursing and in medicine, and then more interprofessional. And what are the basic elements of that? So one is how to do a spiritual screening or a history, not the full assessment that chaplains do, but what nurses and physicians and others can do. The other is how to identify what are strengths. We are all about healing. We want our patients to heal. Well, spirituality and a religion is that realm of the person that is involved in healing. So how can we open up that conversation? What's distress? How do we diagnose that? Why do we say reductionistic, that I think I heard Tina say a little bit? Because that's what we as clinicians do. So we want to fit it into that model that's easily accessible. And then how do we treat that type of specific suffering? But another part of we have an interprofessional spiritual care education curriculum called ISPEC that has now been offered in the U.S., in Perth, in Africa, and other countries, and it's growing actually here also in Florence last year, where the Palliative Care Association said spiritual care is an essential piece. One of the online, and it's an online course if you're interested, all those things I just mentioned. There's a specific one on compassionate presence. We've touched on being present, on accompanying people in their suffering. That is what's so crucial. And as you were talking earlier, one of my students, and I just have to read you what he said. One of my medical students did Module 3, which is on presence, on compassionate presence, which is a very philosophical and actually theological module. And what he said is, I found this module to be inspiring. I felt chills and familiarity with the motivations I brought into medical school. But he said, what has happened since starting medical school is an excessive focus on the technical and not enough focus on the sacred aspects of medicine. On the sacred aspects of medicine. I look forward to putting into practice these principles. In particular, I intend to take a pause moment before seeing each patient so as to center myself and become prepared for the sacredness of the encounter to come. That's what we need to be teaching.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was very powerful to hear indeed. And you touched on some concrete steps that you would like to see, developing curricula and also really pushing out this spiritual assessment that you've already spoken and written about, I know. If I could ask all of you then for what your concrete steps would be.
I would like to comment a little bit more about, there are, many instruments, for example, that are assessing the spiritual care of patients. They've been developing these kind of instruments for years now, but the real problem is to have concrete steps to apply them or to apply the narrative or to apply other instruments in the real practice worldwide, because there are some hub of excellence where they're applying a little bit. It's like the interprofessional education you were mentioning, dear professor. It's been years that I've been hearing of this interprofessional education worldwide, but there are just some places where we have got some, not all interprofessional education, some interprofessional education, always in these advanced westernized countries or also in other countries, but mostly there is a little bit of this education. But for the majority of people in the world, they are still in silos. If you are taught in silos, then you have to practice together when you are on the clinical field. That's, it's a paradox.
Thank you. Yes, please do.
Since Dr. Castillo is mentioning about curriculum.
I'm sorry, you have to switch the microphone.
Sorry, thank you. I have noticed that we work at Columbia University Medical Center. There is a medical student clerkship program. So what they do is they shadow us with chaplain. So I have the opportunity to ask many students after shadowing that, so what do you think about this? What is your feeling when we visit really end-of-life patients? They said, well, I never thought of visiting an end-of-life patient. The way you really showed something different, how to talk to them. They're afraid of, because they said we never, in the medical science, focus of medicine is living life, not dying, so their focus is on living, not dying. So these doctors, young doctors, they haven't had the opportunity to deal with dying and death and dying. So it is hard on them. So even for their own self-care, it is important to early on, if death and dying and all these kind of emotional, spiritual needs and assessment, they're exposed to this kind of training. It is better for their own self-care too. They will be a better competent physician or the nurse.
Makes sense, absolutely. Thank you for that. And Nunziata, do you have any more concrete recommendations or steps you would like to see moving forward?
Sì, io vorrei... Sì, io vorrei richiamare...
I would like to refer to the results of the Pal Life project, and over a year period we drafted 3 joint documents with other Christian confessions, particularly the Methodist Church. So we have a joint declaration on end of life and palliative care with the Methodist Church, but also last year in Doha with the WISH program, the Academy for Life signed another shared document on end-of-life ethics, and more recently, in the presence of Pope Francis, there was a similar document that was jointly signed by the 3 Abrahamic religions. So I think this is a sign, a very strong sign in terms of the possibility for working concretely together in a fruitful manner, which is, what we are talking about in these 2 days. And I hope that all those who participated can contribute disseminating these documents and putting them into practice, just as with the white paper recommendations we would like to do, in the sense that they are universal recommendations because they are steps that are both valid and necessary in order to promote palliative care. But we know that the whole of medicine, and particularly end-of-life medicine, is very much sensitive to cultural aspects. So we do need a local and regional level implementation of these recommendations. So as the Academy, what we hope is that we're going to have many supporters all over the world who will take care now of making this next step in the Part Life and White Paper project, which is implementing these recommendations at the local level.
To mention on concrete actions, just as we draw this panel to a close before we take audience questions.
I I would like to be very brief, but to have this moment, to have more of these moments worldwide, and to amplify the voice. Our voice is very important. I want to be brief.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. A lot of food for thought there. Right, any questions from the audience? This is your moment. We have 4 people here who can answer your questions. Yes, we have a lady here in the middle, if we can get a microphone to her. If you could just introduce yourself, please, and tell us name and where you're from.
Hello, my name is Lotte Voets. I'm a specialist in elderly care, working in nursing home, and I've done a master in ethics of care and world religions. Thank you for this whole day. A few years ago, I used some articles from Professor Puchalski in discovering or in looking for the spiritual struggles in palliative patients at home, whether we should provide spiritual care in home situations as well. So it's probably not a secret that the Netherlands are quite proud of having euthanasia as an export product. However, we have some attention for the spiritual care as well. But I noticed that people working in healthcare generally are not religious themselves or not aware of those spiritual questions. So they don't think about it while providing the care. Does it make sense? Like, if people are not aware of their own existential questions, and especially sometimes young nurses or doctors do not think of those, this perspective. So I was wondering, how should we make this transgression from being more pragmatic and medical towards focusing as well on this existential and spiritual question?
Would you like Christina to answer?
I would at least like to hear the answer from Ms. Puchalski.
So if I understand your question correctly, you're saying that a lot of clinicians are not religious themselves. You identified that particular, and so therefore may not think of addressing that with their patients, right?
Let's say the majority of the Netherlands now is calling themselves atheistic.
Yeah.
And I think among doctors it's even higher. And,
yes. Yeah, and it's true in the States too that the demographic is changing as well. So I first would like to suggest that we look at the word spiritual, and again we're getting into definitions, but all of us have a longing for a deep search of meaning and connection to the significant or sacred. I think what comes to mind first of all is looking at in the United States, where we're seeing a lot more traction and interest in this actually has to do with the unfortunate statistic of burnout, depression, and suicide among physicians in the United States. And it's also true in other countries, and also nursing. So those are the higher professions. And I think there's a correlation between lack of meaning and purpose and connection in our own professional values in our service to our patients, be it as nurses or doctors, social workers, et cetera, and our ability to be able to practice that. And when people have that disconnect, every year we do, for now 14 years, we've done a retreat in Assisi, Italy, for people all over the world, healthcare professionals. And the number one most common reason for coming is to come back to our center and our vocation. So if we can afford clinicians the opportunity to reflect on our own lives, on our own spirituality, not just necessarily religion, it's how do we find that meaning and purpose, and how is that present how is that connected in the way that we practice medicine or nursing or whatever specialty we do? I think if we can bring that connection back, we, as my student Max Rubin said, finding that sacred in our practice will also be good, and you also said this as well, for our own well-being and our ability to practice more fully. So that's the entry point. I do agree with you, though, throughout the United States, wellness now is a required part of the curriculum. And so we introduce spirituality very much in that area. And students will share about their spiritual beliefs, their religious beliefs, their cultural beliefs, what it is that gives them deep meaning and purpose. And then the gradual understanding that there's a connection with patients. So another program we have is called Reflection Rounds. We just presented it at AMI in Europe. Yeah. And so in Reflection Rounds, the students use a modified verbatim from clinical pastoral education. It's nothing like it. It's very loose. But they reflect on their own patient. How were they affected by that patient emotionally, spiritually, humanistically? And then they tell that story in a very reflective, contemplative kind of facilitation. It's what we're finding, and it's that required in our medical school, is it's in those sessions that the students become, and our studies have shown, they become aware of their own spirituality through the narration and experience of their interaction with patients.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, thank you. It also makes me aware of the perspective of hope, which is sometimes if people are really do not have a system of faith or spirituality, I found some people that really think life ends at their biological death. And the suffering doesn't have any meaning anymore. So this morning we talked about if you have a God, you can, to some extent, surrender to the moment life is given and its end. But if you don't have that system, it sometimes makes it really difficult for people to stand during these last days of suffering, and they cannot give meaning to it.
If I can also address that, because in reflecting around this panel, I was asked a question about, do I see differences between different faiths around different concepts? And I tend to approach each person as a culture of one, as a person of one, so I don't tend to use my understandings. I'm not a theologian. But as I was reflecting on it, the concept of suffering is one that different religions offer different explanations, but when I researched it deeper, it actually has a certain commonality, apart from the issue about God. But if you can bear with me for a moment. So patients who are suffering and clinicians who are suffering, we're talking about that, right, too. Where does that suffering come from? The relief of suffering from all the major traditions. Let's take Buddhism. So mindfulness is very popular in the US. I don't know about other countries, I suspect it is. So the suffering is caused by our attachments to worries and other things in the monkey mind, other things in everyday life. The relief of that is having clarity of the mind and the focus on the breath. And if we look at the other traditions, the relief of suffering is usually around the concept of surrendering to a God, to Allah, surrendering our will to God or Allah. And there is a commonality to that, because what we are essentially doing is detaching, I'm a Carmelite as well, so detaching from what St. John of the Cross says, detaching from those attachments in the world that inhibit us from being fully present in the moment to God or to the mind, whatever tradition we come from. So I think that that's a very important practice for self-care for clinicians, mindfulness or whatever our religion has, but also in helping our patients. We can't fix their suffering. The question about medicine, there is no medicine for spiritual or existential suffering. But by helping people be in the present moment and try to really listen to them fully, so as they sort through that suffering, eventually they can come to an understanding of that themselves and hopefully find healing.
Yes, thank you.
Can I add?
Very briefly, please.
Yes, briefly.
We will need to move on.
Pain and suffering, sometimes we are confused. They're same thing. Pain and suffering, not same thing. They're not synonymous, but they're very related with each other. Pain becomes suffering if you don't find meaning to it. I'll give you two brief examples. I remember that I had the opportunity to visit a patient from Saudi Arabia at Cornell. This man was 60 years old. And he told me he knows that he's dying. And he was such a nice person. Everybody used to love him. And he told me last thing when he was leaving that he is not going to leave. I told him, can you say something to me? What do you like to say me now? He said that God honored me. He was smiling and he said, God honored me. So how did he find meaning in this suffering? He has been suffering for a year and he knows he's dying and he has children. But he was smiling and he said, he gave me a hug. So he said, God honored me. And next example I'll give you, not only Muslim, one Baptist young man, Jamaican origin, and I was on call and his mom called me and I went there. Knowing that my name is Muhammad Ali, I'm a Muslim chaplain, but they're very welcoming, and I said to them, then the young man is dying and stage cancer. So I told him, what would you like to, he said, asked me to pray to God. I said, what would you like to say to God? He said, can you say to God, thank you. That was really profound for me. Being a Muslim, I know that how important it is to be thankful to God. And this young man, that's why I heard somewhere Dr. Puchalski said that faith transcends, what do you say, just faith transcends religion, right? Yeah, that's what you said somewhere. Faith transcends religion. So when I heard he's a Baptist man dying and he said, I want to thank God. So that was profound for me. So this is the meaning. If you find meaning in your suffering, that suffering will be not so harsh.
Thank you very much for sharing those stories with us. And thank you to all of this panel, Professor Puchalski, Mohammed Ali, Dr. Nunziata Cumuretto, and Dr. Alessandro Stievano. Thank you very much for your time. If you would like to take your seats, if you'd like to take your seats back down in the auditorium. And we'll move on straight away to our next panel. So I will introduce our next panelists very shortly. Thank you very much. Yeah, lovely. Will you be at the dinner? Will you be at the dinner? See you later. Okay, before we actually start the next panel, I think hopefully we have another Slido poll for you. So let's see if we can get that question up. So the next Slido poll question will be, there we go. Do you feel that cultural and religious diversity issues are addressed by hospices? Oh, we seem to have got some answers very quickly there. Is it possible to reboot that and maybe start from the beginning? So the question is, do you feel that cultural and religious diversity issues are addressed by hospices? So whilst you have a think about that, if I could ask our next panel, please, to come and join me up here on the stage. Dr. Benini, Professor Janahi, and Mr. Williams, please do come and join me. Oh, we have a proper reboot here. This looks a bit more realistic than the first answers. So, do you feel that cultural and religious diversity issues are addressed by hospices? 56% of you feel they are, and 44% of you, 45, more moving up and down, but around 40% of you feel they are not. So, one of the reasons we've asked this question is that our next panel is going to be discussing paediatric palliative care and the unique challenges and approaches of paediatric palliative care. So joining me, we have Dr. Franca Benini, who is head of the Veneto Regional Centre for Pain Management and Paediatric Palliative Care and the Children's Hospice in Padua, here in Italy. We have Professor Ibrahim Janahi, who is the chair of the Medical Education Designated Institutional Officer and the Division Chief of Pulmonology, Sidra Medicine in Qatar. And also joining us from the UK is Ivor Williams, a designer developing new ways of thinking about and experiencing death and dying. He leads the End-of-Life Care Project at the Helix Centre. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us here this afternoon. And any surprises there as to the poll results, or as you would have expected?
Yeah, pretty much. No surprises.
No surprises there. Okay. So for this session, we want to focus on exploring the spiritual and cultural sensitivities around hospice care for children and young adults, why it's important, obviously, and the unique perspectives from different faiths and cultures from Europe to the Middle East. So starting with you, Dr. Benini, and you're going to be speaking in Italian, so please do put your headsets on. You have actively participated in the drafting of laws regulating the provisions of paediatric palliative care provided here in Italy. Can you tell us briefly a little more about that and what real difference it's made? Proviamo qui? Sì.
First of all, I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me. It is a real honor for me to be here. Well, technological breakthroughs that we have seen over the past few years have certainly changed the lives of many children. In fact, these children were considered terminally ill, and now instead many of them have been healed, and many of the pathologies that we thought would not be curable, they are now curable. There have been many changes over the past few years. In fact, many more children than in the past, they continue to live despite their diseases. These children, they normally use machines to live, and they are affected by several problems, but they're still children. And this is the field in which we apply palliative care for children, because they deal not only with care, but also with the fact that we deal with children who are growing up. Now, in the previous presentations, we already heard what palliative care is. Well, we talked about rights, we talked about relationships, quality of life, we also talked about suffering. So try and consider all of these various aspects. If the patient is a child, the things become much more complex because in our head, in our logic, children play a key role. They're very important, but at the same time, they cannot make decisions for themselves.
Changed the situation with provision of paediatric palliative care, because I understand you have been involved in drafting some of those laws.
Yes, in 2010, we passed a law number 38, which entitles the person to have access to pain therapy and to palliative care. Now, this law specified the peculiarity of pediatric palliative care, because the law states that children are specific patients, special patients, and they have special needs in terms of pain mitigation, in terms of care. When we talk about pediatric palliative care, the path has to be specific and special in terms of tools, in terms of skills, but also in terms of organization. And the law actually describes this specific way to respond to the disease.
Can you, just drawing from what Dr. Benini has said, tell us about your experiences in Qatar and providing palliative care there for children and young adults?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation and being part of this exciting event. I just want to extrapolate from what Dr. Benini was just saying, that pediatric population is a special population. From the perspective of them being dependent and being legally dependent on somebody else to take a decision on their behalf. And therefore that brings in a lot of complexities to hospice care and palliative care, obviously. Because there's one thing that is very common for all the ages, that we don't want anybody to suffer, and therefore the same medication and care is supposed to be available. But also decisions around whether to go this route or this route, go on to hospice care and palliative care versus curative or not. So that brings in a lot of emotional bursts around that from the caregivers, as well as the people who really care about that child. Now, as far as Qatar and the Middle East itself, unfortunately, we are lagging behind when it comes to the organization, I would say, of palliative care in areas apart from the cancer. So in pediatric cancer, there is a good effort there around palliative care with the children who suffer from incurable cancers. However, the pediatric diseases are not just cancer that leads to rather hopeless cases. There's a cadre of congenital diseases that are not amicable to cure, and they are also in that group of patients who really only need palliative care. Unfortunately, most of these patients are sort of cared for in a piecemeal way, in a very siloed way. So I think there is a need for a multi-level approach to palliative care in pediatric in the Middle East, specifically in Qatar. And we had some discussions with Sultan around this, how we can take this forward to put together pieces of legislation, organization of programs around palliative care, making sure that there's overarching programs not specific to just cancer, and so on.
And then, of course, all of this through the prism of Islam.
Oh, absolutely.
And how does that change things?
Now, yes, a prism of Islam is important there, because Qatar is a Muslim country, but Qatar is a host for many religions. So it's not just around what is the Islamic way of doing this, although that would be the basic, but also as a matter of fact, you know that in Qatar, the Qatari population is only about 11%. The rest of them is just other nationalities. And they come with their different religions, whether they are Abrahamic religions or even non-Abrahamic religions. So we have to cater for all the different religions. There are standards of care that you have to bring in, standards of faith that you have to be, as was mentioned in the previous panel, that faith transcends religions, and that's where the base of these care. At the end of the day, we at the hospitals and as caregivers, as clinicians who are supposed to deal with this type of patients, I would say we have to be religion blind when it comes to taking care of these. We deal with them as humans. There are principles of humanity that has to be built into the fabric of any palliative care, as far as I'm concerned.
I like this very interesting concept you've just introduced, which is to be religion blind. And maybe we can come back to that, because I want to turn to Ivor Williams now. Ivor, as I introduced you, you are a designer developing new ways of thinking about and experiencing death and dying. Can you tell us a little bit more then about what you do?
Yeah, thank you. So, yes, I'm a designer from a team at Imperial College, a place called the Helix Center, which is a part of the Institute of Global Health Innovation. And really our mission is to transform health for everyone around the world using evidence-based innovation. And end-of-life care and pediatric palliative care is a large focus of our work. And really, alongside working with clinicians and academics and policy fellows, we as designers take a keen interest in really identifying the human needs at the heart of any of these challenges. And the kind of human needs at, let's say, the heart of pediatric palliative care and children's hospice care are really profound. They're really they're very unique, even compared to adult palliative care. And the way that we work is to really spend time with families, to spend time with children, to spend time with the professionals who are caring for them, and to see the world from their lived experiences and to understand what their needs are and really design and create things, be them products or services or experiences or processes that can be used in the clinical and the hospice environment.
Could you give us some examples so we know the sorts of things you're talking about, please?
Sure. So in the context of the children's hospice care, we have a large project helping support a new hospice. And one of the things we found early on, and I think in relation to the notion of spirituality, was the significant role that nature plays in children's hospices. When we did an audit and visits around the world, we found that the garden was a really unique place for families to be themselves, to live as much of a normal life as possible. And so we were interested in utilizing nature as a therapeutic force, as an extra element of holistic care. And in that regard, we also exposed the difficulties in, say, children with mobility issues, children with very complex health needs, to be in nature and to play in nature. And so we had developed prototypes that basically allowed nature to be brought inside into the hospice, or allow the child to be taken outside using technologies. So in that regard, we would create assistive technologies that allowed a child with limited mobility to engage and touch and play with natural objects like plants and flowers, and in turn allow them to play with their siblings who otherwise find it very difficult to have the types of interactions that we all take for granted.
So it's very human-centred designing and technology, as you say.
Yeah.
Any other examples that people can learn from? The one of the garden is a lovely example. Any others?
Yeah, there's another one. So we understand that, especially with children's hospices in Europe and across the world, that the services are very spread out. They're very sparse. They're still very new organizations. And we understood that for families, they often find themselves very isolated. They find themselves often not even wanting to engage with the hospices themselves, as hospices can be seen as, giving up hope on their child or entering into sort of a true end-of-life phase. And so when we've spoken to families, they would say, well, we need help, we need support, we need to find the sort of people who can give us, say, spiritual support or welfare support. And so we developed another prototype that was explicitly using technology to connect, say, a family living in a rural area in the UK or anywhere else in Europe, that would allow them to connect to a local hospice, and more than that, find them and connect them to the exact person that they were looking for to support the need that they had at that time. So really using technology to target and intelligently support and connect families to the services in the hospices.
Dr. Benini, you spoke about technology right at the beginning. How does what Ivor Williams say resonate with you, and is there anything like that here in Italy?
Well, technology is probably what has triggered the need for pediatric palliative care, but it is a vital tool, it is a vital example. We have a system of telemedicine, remote medicine, through which children at home are directly connected to the medical team that cares for the child. Now, we would like to network, and the goal is to keep children at home in their own milieu, and the hospice, which is centralized, and it is, well, there are very few hospices in my region, for instance. In my region, there are 5 million inhabitants, and there is just one pediatric hospice. and it provides care to many children, to all the children in the region through telemedicine. It is a sort of liquid hospital. It's no longer the child of the family that goes to a wonderful place, which is anyway a place that is separate from where the normal life of the child takes place. But the point is to keep the family and the child at home while providing medical, social care. Of course, this is fundamental to respond to the many needs of children. Children must go to school, they have to spend time with their friends, with their peers. And in this way, life can be can have more quality. So with the goal that we're trying to implement is actually to try and offer palliative care at home.
7 days out of 7, 365 days of the year, because certainly I know from listening to stories in the UK, there is very good palliative care Monday to Friday during working hours, evenings, night times, weekends, nothing.
No, è obbligatorio. La malattia.
No, it is compulsory because of disease or death, they have no time schedule. So this type of activity makes sense and it works if it is 7 days out of 7, 24/7. Otherwise, it would simply be a clinic. That would be, of course, important, but that would be a very limiting, highly limiting. So if you want to give children the possibility to live their lives as children, they must live where they want to live, at home. And this clearly requires an organizational model which is specific and which is very complex, but it can be done.
I feel a bit mean asking you this because obviously a lot of your work is done with the hospices. But what do you make of what Franca Benini is saying about keeping the child at home and actually not entertaining the idea of a hospice? I mean, in Italy, you know, it's the necessity really that there just aren't enough hospices. But do you see that there is a good point to that, keeping the child at home as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the tension, I think this is true for adult hospices as well, is people, they tend to be charitable organizations, and so people who have used hospices love to give to them charitably, and so the charitable donations go to what can be embodied in a building. And so the money kind of goes towards this embodiment, whereas the evolving nature of palliative care is it will be distributed into the communities, it will be done through different phases in different places. And that's especially true for young children and families to maintain as much of a normal life as possible. And I think that kind of is the kind of operating principle. However, I think there's something to be said for creating spaces for respite, for rest, and for connection, which can alleviate the huge burden. I mean, as we researched and spoke to families, the nature of the relentless care that has to be done leaves families, with a huge amount of pressure that kind of can be relieved through being in a hospice for a couple of days when they need it. And I think that really speaks to the holistic nature of the family care as well. So for the parents to have time off, for the siblings to have time off as well.
Thank you, and I think Dr. Benini would like to...
Sono assolutamente d'accordo. Infatti,
Yes, I totally agree. And our network as a central hospice that has precisely this task of giving some respite care, but also welcoming the children. When it's home, everything becomes more difficult in the case of home care. But hospitalizations are very limited in time. In our hospitalization period lasts 2 to 3 days. And this makes it possible for the family to learn the new things that they need to do, or even to educate those who will manage the child at home. Then obviously it is also the place where there is this opportunity for, if you can manage the child well at home, the hospice really is essential because it becomes like a second home where to take your affections, your noises, the smells, everything that is part of the child's life, and that is part of the taking care of them.
A program that we started at Hamad Hospital in Doha a number of years back, what we call now Al-Maha Unit. Al-Maha Unit is basically a chronically ill kids who are hospitalized for, on ventilators for a long period of time. There's close to 35 kids in the hospital, but they also have parallel, so the Al-Maha Unit itself has a parallel program whereby kids can go home and take break and bring them, like exactly what's being described here in Italy. So we do have something similar to that. And as an expansion of that program, a bigger center is being built in another smaller city next to Doha. As an extension of the same program. Now, what I was describing earlier is that we lack the cohesiveness of the whole program. This is like a very discrete program that came up out of necessity, and these kids are there anyway. They are, they need care and they need palliative care. So out of necessity, clinicians took the lead and put together these programs that got expanded rather quickly. So we are sort of, we have put the cart ahead of the horse. Typically, you want to have the policies and the regulations around the programs and build the program bottom up. Up down. We built it bottom up. We're trying to build it bottom up. The point here is that we shouldn't stop because of lack of either way. If there are no policies or there are no properly described program, you still have to start somewhere, and you could start either bottom up or up down.
Thank you for that. And all three of you, I'd be interested to know, in speaking to families and parents and children, how much does spirituality and religion come into it? I've heard a lot less about that from you than with the other panels when we're talking about adults at the end of their lives. And so is there more religion blindness, as you put it, Dr. Janahi, when it comes to children? Is it different?
I think that it's not too different, but there are some peculiarities to pediatrics. When it comes to the spiritual beliefs and spiritual input into palliative care, still pediatric is not unique in that. The uniqueness of a pediatric or peculiarity of pediatric is that an additional burden on decision makers when it comes to taking a decision that would matter in somebody else's life, not in your own life. So that's the peculiarity that comes in. However, spiritual beliefs and religious beliefs, which, by the way, is very much mixed with cultural belief, comes in play in any situation, including palliative care. What mixes the whole picture, I would say, this interaction and mixture between culture, religion, society's norms, which might reflect the society's cohesiveness, society's harmony, and the actual religious doctrines. Many times I had this discussion in the break with Dr. Ghali, that many times we believe or we think that these are religious doctrines, but they aren't. They are so much mixed with what we've perceived based on our cultural raise-up and the mix that we are living in. While if you want to clarify what is allowed, what's not allowed by religious doctrines, it's much simpler. And you can find broad roles in all the religions. These are broad roles that you can deduct from, that you can extrapolate from. And therefore, those sort of doctrines and beliefs are called upon during the end-of-life issues, especially when it comes to children. And therefore, the importance of having somebody with knowledge of medicine, clinical, spirituality, religion, and culture is important. So here's the complication. You bring in a scholar, a religious scholar, who has deep knowledge into the religion of, like, say, Islam or Christianity or whatever. But that person has the deep understanding of the religion, but has shallow understanding of the culture. His or her opinions regarding a situation in palliative care might not be relevant to the patients and patient family, because they are so much affected by the context by which they have been raised or lived. Here then comes the importance of local community leaders. who know the depth of the culture. Now, Muslims in Qatar might perceive some sort of Islamic regulations, Islamic doctrines differently than Muslims in Jordan, for example, or in Ethiopia, or wherever. Because there's so much, I would say more than 50% of what we think it's religion, it's actually culture and what we live in.
Okay, thank you.
Sì, io volevo solo aggiungere.
I just wanted to add something in the sense of sharing with you my experience. When we started working in this field, we did not even think about the issue of spirituality, and so we grew because the children made us grow, because the questions that were being mentioned by the chaplain in the previous session, we were also asked by children, why me? Did I behave badly? What did I do? So they really corner us with the questions. They ask us very intimate questions, and whereas we ask these things ourselves, they ask us very honestly. I have to say that in Italy, at least, there is a great expertise in terms of pediatric palliative care in providing answers to these needs. It is a context, a field in which we need to grow a lot, also because it is a field that allows us to provide different communication in a cascading manner. In other words, it allows us to open up gaps in choices that sometimes seem impossible, that disease forces you to take with parents, teenagers, young adults. So it is a field in which we need to improve. And I agree with the fact that maybe it is not a matter of religion, it's something that goes beyond religion. It has to do with faith, it has to do with being a person, which is something that is not age-related.
Anything to add on that? When you're talking to families, when you're doing your research about what to develop next, does spirituality and religion come into it?
Yeah, I think the point about culture is really significant. I think from our experience, if we think about the people involved, for say the child themselves, you know, hearing from parents the sort of the openness to the experience that a child sometimes goes through if they're living with a life-limiting disease, and dare I say, even don't have the same sort of fear that we have as adults, and so they take it, you know, they as a movement they can go through, which I think is quite different from adults. I think for siblings and for parents, the importance of continuing bonds after a child dies, and the role that meaning making can make in that experience, I think takes on a spiritual element, although from our experience it takes many different forms rather than being explicitly religious. But this notion of how do we remember that person, and how do we explain to their younger sister or younger brother where they are. These sorts of archetypes and these ideas become very powerful to just allow siblings to transition through bereavement and to continuing a relationship. They'll always have a brother or a sister, but they're just not here, and that's a really powerful thing that I think transcends religion per se.
That seems to be a very common theme about this faith and transcending religion, or religion being transcended. Yes.
I just want also to bring in attention to some of the cortical function that we have as humans, as our brain functions very interestingly. So our cortex can actually suppress a lot of things, a lot of feelings, a lot of pain, and so on. So pain calls upon either death, thinking of death, disability, and happiness. Those are all cortical functions. Those are all called cortical functions, and functions of the cortex of the brain that can be voluntarily knocked down. And therefore, spiritual power and power of suggestion can actually knock down those gremlins in our brain. And interestingly enough, children are more amicable to playing those games. You can actually make them feel better despite being in pain. So you don't have to always knock them down with so much sedatives and painkillers. You can actually play this, the game of playing with it and removing this association between pain and death, pain and disability, pain and suffering. So the difference between pain and suffering is very important to dissect there. I think that's a tool that we all need to try to master. Convince ourselves, when you put yourself in this situation, when you have a headache, if you thought about it as just pain, it passes as pain. If you thought about it, oh, I might have a brain cancer, so much sadness comes with this, so much anticipation of disability, anticipation of death comes with this, and that is followed by suffering. You start suffering. You're not just in pain, you are suffering.
So it's about suppressing negative thoughts.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Unless you have anything to add, it would be interesting to hear if anyone in the audience has a question. Yes, we have a lady here.
Thank you. My name is Mary Carol Sullivan. I'm from the United States, from Boston. And by background, I'm a nurse, I'm a bioethicist, and I'm an attorney. My title is Chief Healthcare Ethicist for the Archdiocese of Boston. And in that respect, I have among my responsibilities the direction of an initiative on palliative care and advanced care planning. And I have a question that I hope will clarify things for me, but I think on the basis of comments at the breaks and lunch, I think it might clarify for a lot of us here. Much of today, we have heard about palliative care, and virtually every comment and every set of comments has had to do with palliative care as hospice and end-of-life care. So I thought this might be a good time with pediatric practitioners to ask a question about a perhaps broader understanding of palliative care. Absolutely. So in much of North America, and in much of Africa, and in some of India, and in lots of Asia, there is the understanding that certainly hospice is palliative care. All of hospice is palliative care. But not all of palliative care is hospice care. And so particularly as we're talking about pediatric illness and the pediatric population, I'm wondering if any place in your practice, your understanding of palliative care, or perhaps coming down the road for your practice and understanding of palliative care, is the notion that in fact palliative care is ideally suited for anyone of any age who is dealing with a serious and complex illness. And that the beauty of palliative care is that with its interdisciplinary approach, and particularly with its inclusion of and emphasis on spiritual care, which is so wonderful if we are coping with serious illness over long periods, is there any sense that palliative care will be thought of as something to be brought in at the moment of diagnosis? And particularly with pediatric patients, they have their whole lives to enjoy the benefits of the interdisciplinary care of palliative care. Is that anywhere in your thinking? Thanks.
Yeah.
Allora, certamente sì, le cure.
Undoubtedly, yes. Pediatric palliative care must start at the time of diagnosis, when they're diagnosed with an incurable disease, and they have to do with life regardless of its length. So the average life of the children taken over is over 3 years, and even more than that. And it is the approach, regardless of the final outcome, that is what grants quality. So we were speaking about the meaning of palliative care. That is perhaps a philosophy that should be also applied in the emergency room and in everyday activities, because it is a symbol of medicine, and it is the central role played by the patient as a person with a view to, well, in connection with health, yes. So end of life, I'm not saying that is a minimum part of palliative care, but it's easy sometimes when you provide palliative care in the pediatric field to think just of end of life. The difficulty is what comes before, because the end of life is the final stage in a shared pathway that has been accompanied.
It's not unique to palliative care. Any of what we do, you can either broaden it to encompass a lot of what we do, like palliation. What is palliation? Living with something that should or would lead to some sort of suffering or pain. And that is not unique to end of life. You could, and it's very individual. Some individuals might get a cold and they think they're dying. They need to palliate with that, don't they? And the same thing as Muhammad was mentioning, that somebody who's got a terminal cancer might live with it and sort of feel that they're fine. So this is palliation. You're living with whatever is supposed to lead to some sort of suffering or pain. You're living with it, and you're making it easier on you. So that is sort of a philosophical, sort of generic meaning of palliation. But you have to put some sort of a structure, a scaffolding around this sort of care that we want to put some rules, regulations, paper around it, and some sort of policies, procedures, and how to put a program. And we call it palliative medicine, for lack of a better word. You could just say medicine that deals with patients who have terminal disease. We call it palliation, but we could call it anything else. The reason this is now palliative medicine is so boxed into this is we needed something to put a structure around what we should do for a patient who has rather no hope of having cure. So it's just I would say it's a nomenclature more than anything else. But the concept itself, it should be, as a physician, I always have that in mind, that, well, when I have somebody in my clinic firstly diagnosed with asthma or with diabetes, a child who's 8-year-old comes in, first-time diabetes, well, they have to deal with that, and that's a shock, and they need to palliate with that, and therefore I use all the tools that I use for the other kid who has a hopeless disease with this kid who's got a news that, well, they have to live with diabetes for the rest of their life. So that's sort of a very high-level, broad meaning of palliation.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a layman completely, I find it really interesting, the idea that, yeah, palliative care or palliative medicine is a specialism, and kind of the discussion earlier around kind of silos. There's a sort of pro and con in terms of the way in which a palliative care specialist is placed in a hospital, placed in a hospice, and hospice services that kind of represent that. Whereas, from my point of view as a complete layman, I'm kind of going, yeah, like, why don't we have this earlier? This seems to be the conversation so often. One reason why we built one of the prototypes is that people just felt like this all happened too late, and the conversations were too late, the engagement was too late. So how can we bring these things forward upstream, so whatever is needed at the time, maybe it's a very soft touch, it's not to make end-of-life decisions necessarily, but it's about the reducing suffering and bringing the sort of holistic, really truly holistic elements of care as early as possible, because that, I just then think for me, is like, well, shouldn't all medicine be like that? Shouldn't it always be considering these kind of large elements together? But yeah, that's a great question.
It's just not easy to do it that way, though. I mean, when you work in a healthcare system, it's so complex, and it's so difficult to put a model in a cohesive way together and drive it together, have key performance indicator of whatever you're doing, and keep doing it, and making sure that it's done the same way every time, and you keep improving on it. So that structure is very important. The perception of a layperson or even a professional who is in a different field is a layperson, the perception that this should be easy, why it's not done? Because it's not easy to be done. It's not easy to be done. It's a program that needs to, there are so many facets to it.
Thank you very much. Another question here at the front. Lady at the front, please. Okay, man at the back. Oh, we're torn. We're coming to the front.
Thank you very much. I'm Mary Watkins. I'm a nurse by background, a member of the House of Lords, appointed because of my expert knowledge in nursing and health. And I'm currently alternate chair of Nursing Now, the global initiative that Sultana has been so supportive of, and the ICN. We know that we have at least 18 million too few nurses to meet the current healthcare needs of the world, and the WHO are very worried about the whole issue of staffing healthcare. And I've been really struck by my own, I suppose, regionality in thinking that you need some buildings for hospice care. And then I've heard about this children's service in Italy. And I really wonder how we could use this conference to deliver better healthcare globally in palliation by sharing these initiatives, because I know as a parent, luckily not of ever a very sick child, that to be able to reach somebody at 3 o'clock in the morning is actually what I wanted when my child had croup, let alone if they'd been dying. Yeah. And it sounds as if that's being produced in Italy very cost effectively, maybe not the croup, but the dying child. So I'd really like some comment on how we might use this meeting that Sultana's managed to pull together to share some of those more cost-effective solutions.
Thank you, Mary.
Allora,
well, this mechanism is based on a pathway that is easier in Italy, that has been promoted in Italy, because in Italy, by definition, we have a pediatrician that is available to all children. So the healthcare system in Italy is public, it's state-funded, so everybody can access healthcare at any time and for any type of disease. And there are some specific services that are for pediatric patients. So there's a pediatrician locally. There are also pediatric hospitals, etc. But there are also specific services concerning, for instance, rehabilitation, psychological support, and social work, social support, welfare. So starting from these great resources, we set up in every region. Well, we didn't solve the problem. We haven't solved it. We wish we had, but we're working based on the resources that we have. So we organized in every region an excellence center for pediatric palliative care made up by a medical team with physicians, nurses, psychologists, physiatricians, social workers that only deals specifically 24 hours a day. It deals with pediatric palliative care. So we worked a lot on increasing the training, the local level. For instance, a request arrives for taking over a child, then the palliative care, the central child palliative care team that will move to the area where the child resides, it will collect the needs, identifying the relevant resources. If there are no competent resources, they get trained, and all this with coordination that is 24 hours a day and that involves nurses and physicians, and they centralized. So the planning of the treatment is centralized, is organized with the emergency services, and the whole pathway is organized at the level of the local hospital, where, however, it is the team through remote medicine or through computerized systems that defines the level and the stage of the disease. And then the team will also visit the child at home in the case of difficult communications that are shared at all times with the entire staff of the network. So it's not an easy pathway. It is a pathway, though, that has been ongoing for 12 years, and we are now starting to see the results, because at the territorial level, the know-how has increased in terms of diagnosing incurable diseases and also the way in which these needs are managed. So we are working very much, we are working less on healthcare training, but we work a lot on the management of the choices, on staff burnout, and on the critical importance of accompanying and supporting parents in these choices and in these narratives of disease. So it is not too costly in terms of resources, but this is possible because at the territorial level, the healthcare system provides us with skilled resources that we can use, and this allows us to provide these services on 24 hours a day. Thank you.
Structural differences between the nations, aren't there? Because in the UK, you never see a paediatrician unless you pay to go private, or unless you get a referral from your general practitioner, from your regular community doctor. Whereas being half Italian, when I come home to Italy, I can see a paediatrician straight away for my children because it's normal. In my local village, there is the paediatrician, and it's just normal for them to be the first point of call. Whereas in the UK, I don't think my kids have ever seen a paediatrician. They've only ever seen our GPs. General practitioner. So right from the bottom, you know, the basic structure is very different. But having said that, I have heard stories where a palliative care team is available to this child who's now 15, has been ill since 8 weeks old, and that child has been receiving palliative care for all that time. So it is, you know, they were diagnosed at 8 weeks and they were given palliative care from that time, but that was the story I was telling you about, where that care is not available after hours or at weekends. So if something happens at those times, the family has to go to A&E, accident and emergency, or ER. They have to go to the emergency room at the hospital, and in the UK, waiting times can be very long. So if you already have a very sick child, that is not ideal. So some very basic structural differences. Yeah. Thank you for raising that. Very interesting, and it'd be fantastic if we could learn from that. Yes, gentleman at the back.
Hello, it's Raphael from the University of Zurich in Switzerland. Since we are in a city of art and design, I would like to talk about design. Christina Puchalski was mentioning how important wellness, let's call it a soft version of spirituality, is becoming. And I'm wondering if this is also reflected in design. You were mentioning how important gardens are, or nature can be, and I wonder if a trend could be less religious hardware, like in Rome, less temples, less buildings, less prayer rooms, but more religious or spiritual software, listening or talking to people when they want it, but if they don't want, maybe a different kind of hardware. And I would be interested, which kind of hardware do you provide? Do you have prayer rooms? And if yes, are there religiously neutral, or do they have like a fountain or light which can be adapted individually, or do they have some specific religious signs?
Yeah, it's a good question. I like the hardware, software. So when you're saying like the hardware, I went to a new hospice in Glasgow in Scotland, the Prince and Princess of Wales Hospice. I'd recommend you go there. It's an exceptionally beautiful place because it's the most inclusive service I've, in terms of hospice building as a space. And what really struck me was the, as they call it, the reflection room, which is, for all purposes, the prayer room for every religious group in Glasgow, which is as multicultural as the rest of Britain. And what was really beautiful was seeing how they would incorporate all the symbolic, visual, material, textural, literary elements of all the major religions in the world seamlessly into one room. And so it was drawn from the privacy shades to the woodwork, which pointed to Mecca in a very discreet way. That meant that it was a space for absolutely everyone. And what it was imbued with a sense of communal connection, which I think, all these, if we think about hardware spaces, they all hold. I think that's a really powerful thing to consider, is that hospices in themselves should just be these different spaces. And I think that's a real powerful element to it. Saying that, the element of, if we think of the software of stuff, I was drawn to a story of a hospice in Sydney, a children's hospice in Sydney, who used technology in a way to basically enable families who lived in very spread out places to remain connected and maintain the very unique relationship that families of children with life-limiting diseases have. And so the connection, for me, the role of, say, design and technology is to reveal and to augment the connections that are inherently human anyway, that are kind of made extreme when you have families who have to live with very rare diseases that mean they may be the only person really in that region, even per se that country, that has that kind of diagnosis that is inherently isolating. That technology and design with the software that we have can actually allow people to connect in a meaningful way. And I think then in that, the sort of humanity kind of emerges, where we can kind of build new things, and they are inherently kind of invisible. They're not physical. They are just described through the conversations and the support that we give each other. But yeah, it's a good framing. I'd like to think more about that.
I'd like to ask you to virtually visit Sidra Medicine's Healing Garden in our building. I mean, Sultana has been there. So just look it up in Google, the Healing Garden of Sidra Medicine. That's the building of our hospital. On the 3rd floor, there's a very tranquilizing area that is built in the floor of the ICUs where the very sick patients and their families are. It's really healing, including ourselves. When we are really stressed out of the day, we just go there and heal ourselves in that healing garden. It's beautiful, but extremely expensive to build, so just look it up.
Thank you very much indeed. And there I think we can end this panel because we have run out of time, but we have a very keen woman here. Okay, one more, go on then.
I just want to mention something that I found really interesting. As, to answer the previous gentleman's question, is something called snoozle rooms. It's a very new concept. I think it was born in the Netherlands. It's a room for therapy by music and certain lights, and by adapting the atmosphere for children. And it's a very nice concept. I think it's worth mentioning.
Snoozle room.
Snoozle rooms.
Yeah. Snoozle room. Okay. Brilliant to learn something brand new for myself anyway. Thank you very much for that. Thank you to our panel, Dr. Franca Benini, Professor Ibrahim Janahi and Ivor Williams. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for all your questions as well. I took a lot away from that panel. I've written copious notes, but just to go over a few of them, it was fascinating, I think you'll agree, to hear about that human-centered technology Williams is designing with his colleagues, and really interesting to hear from Franca Benini about how there is only one hospice in her region serving 5,000, and therefore they have to really rely on these virtual medical teams, and also about how when she started out, there wasn't a lot of thought about spirituality in children in palliative care, and it was really only when the children themselves started asking the questions that they began to think that they need to do more work on this area of spirituality and religion when it comes to pediatric palliative care. And we also heard from Dr. Janahi about how he believes that removing the idea of pain from suffering is incredibly powerful when it comes to palliative care and suppressing negative thoughts. And although he does encounter, obviously, strong religious and spiritual prism in his work, that there is sometimes a place for religious blindness, if we can call it that. And then we heard about the snoozle room. So on that note, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm afraid we've come to the end of this first day of our symposium. Today, as you know, the focus has been on palliative care. We've heard a variety of faith-based perspectives, as well as had the opportunity to hear the medical perspective of the ethics around palliative care. We've also considered interfaith approaches to better promoting the role of spirituality and have looked at the unique challenges of providing religious support to children undergoing palliative care as well as their families, as we've just been hearing. Tomorrow, our focus will be on the mental health of the elderly. I look forward to welcoming you all back here for a day packed with discussion and presentations, and we will start at 9 o'clock. Grazie a tutti, a domani.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.